Hello, boys, and welcome back to the third episode of Not a TROUGH. I apologize for the delay. I originally planned to have this out before Christmas, but instead it's going to be out before New Year's. The main reason for this is I am rather busy with work. It's good, right? I'm making money, but right now, with it being peak season, it's 60 hours a week, 6 days a week, so I just don't have a lot of time, and I'm just kind of like fried after work, so it's hard to get some stuff done. But yeah, this will definitely be out before New Year's. For our books that we're covering this week, we have 6 titles to get through, and mostly they venture on the side of pulp or genre fiction. I know that's maybe not to everyone's taste, but that's just kind of how it shook out this time.
It says with pulp.
You like it with pulp.
Not this much. I like the one that says some pulp. The fuck was that for?
We have Tales of the Unreal, Volume 8. This is a anthology of weird little stories. This one is a recommendation. We have Bizarchives, Volume 8. This focuses more on fantasy, creepy, a little horror stuff. We have a lot of familiar names in this one, and this one is also a recommendation. We have Times of War Part 2 by Marcus S. Jones. We just reviewed the previous book, Times of War Part 1, in the last episode, and now we're on this one. This one is also a recommendation. It is a continuation of the Siege, and that's the main focus. I had some little quibbles here and there, but yes, it was a recommendation. We have Sleep Capricorn by Jack Norman. This is also a collection of little short stories. We have a lot of little collections this time around. But we're in Australia. They kind of focus on family, suburbia, sort of, kind of. Yeah, we will get into it. But we do have something really special at the end of the section when I talk about Sleep Capricorn. For the first time ever on this channel, we have an author here who has come to discuss their work. So yes, Jack Norman and his mother flew in studio to discuss his work with us. Super excited. I'm really glad that he could take the time out of his busy schedule to do this, but it's great. Really exciting. Look forward to that when we get to the Sleep Capricorn section. Arcane Shot, Book 1, Scourge by Jordan Allen. This one is about a man named Ark the Hawk. He is a bounty hunter. He fights bandits, monsters. It's post-apocalyptic. Magic, creatures like goblins, trolls, other things, but there's also some more advanced sort of tech. It has a Western feel. I've reviewed a lot of books by Jordan Allen. I've enjoyed the majority of works that I've read and reviewed by Jordan Allen. This is not one of them. This one is a rather heavy non-recommendation for me. We will get into it more, but I had a bunch of issues with this one, and yeah, we'll get into it, but it had some pretty severe issues for me. And lastly, another anthology, right? But we have Other Things, a collection of weird tales by C.P. Webster, and this is more Lovecraftian, horror, creepy, unsettling stories. And this one, I really like the cover art for this one. I don't think I really talk about cover art enough. I think this one stands out as the best cover art for all 6 of these. Some of these stories had been previously published. I recognized a few of them, but several of them were also new to this anthology. It's a nice collection of works by C.P. Webster. I think some really strong stories from him are in here, and yeah, that's also a recommendation. So we have timestamps down below, we have links to books down below, and we are going to get into it. It's going to be same format as always. We'll have songs in between book reviews. And this time at the end, we will have a smaller and lighter outro. I'm feeling better, and to celebrate my newfound mental health, I've decided that this New Year's I will be visiting our nation's capital. I will be meeting personally with President Donald Trump to discuss the $31.62 he owes me in tariffs, and also the Epstein files. I'm joking, boys. I am joking. We're not Fed posting. I do feel better. We will have an outro. It will be lighter and better than the last one. So, sorry about that. But, yes, let's not waste any more time. We are just going to... Oh, alright. Some of the topics for our outro will be working at Amazon, apprenticeships I've applied to... We'll get into politics a little bit. We'll get into video games a little bit. Maybe some family bullshit, since I'm going to be recording this. I'm recording this part right now Monday night, and I'll be recording like a little Tuesday after work, Wednesday. I'll probably be recording, unfortunately, some of it Christmas night. I don't want to, but I might be forced to get everything squared away. I'm off on the 26th, so I'm going to try to get as much of this shit done as I possibly can, so that'll be good. But yeah, there'll probably be some family bullshit I can talk about after Christmas in the outro, so that'll be fun. We'll have a low IQ take on Shakespeare. You guys obviously want to hear about my Irish sweater and how I fucked that up. A movie and TV show, discussing those that I saw recently. A question about Irish coffee. Oh, and something we didn't review and will never review. I had mentioned this previously, I think in the last episode, thinking that it would have released by now, but Hard Reset magazine. I had paid for I think it's a Kickstarter or maybe an Indiegogo. It doesn't matter. It was a crowdfunding campaign to have a physical copy of a magazine edition of Hard Reset, right? And there was an update on X where they said, hey, we're not publishing the magazine, so try to get a refund on your own from your credit card processor or whatever. No idea what the fuck happened there. There are a lot of rumors circulating around about it, like maybe the guy ran off with some money or some other bullshit, but I don't want anything to do with Hard Reset magazine. Not necessarily that all the people involved were doing bad shit, but I would say that that brand is now permanently blacklisted, at least definitely for me. But yeah, I don't know. I was able to contact my credit card company and get a full refund, which I did get, but that's still such bullshit that ever happened. Very, very fucking gay. Just fucking terrible. And I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get the full story about that, and nobody seems to quite know all the facts.
What the fuck happened to that?
It petered out.
It petered out.
It died on the vine.
It died on the vine.
It died on the vine. The guy, he moved or something.
Oh, nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about!
That's all I really have to say about the Hard Reset bullshit. I apologize if me mentioning Hard Reset at any time in the past made someone subscribe to it or whatever. If you did, please go get a fucking refund. I got mine, right? So just please get a refund. If you did subscribe to it, I'm sorry if I recommended it to anybody and then they went and did it. So sorry about that. Very fucking gay. But now let's get into our stories. We will begin with Tales of the Unreal Volume 8. Most of these were enjoyable. I preferred some of the back half of the stories more than the front half, but The question of, is this worth reading? Is it worth the money? Yeah, it's $9. It's a pretty quick read. I found it entertaining enough. Typically, Tales of the Unreal, it always hits that mark that makes it worth it. Now into the stories. Spoilers, of course. This one, The Deep Signal, our first, was okay. I don't know if I'm just a little prejudiced against diary entry books or log books, but I always find that they're just fine, right? Not really my favorite thing, but this is about a man. He is recording the waves, the ocean at this beach. And he had originally come down here with his wife, and then she died only a few months after they had been here. The year is 1924. Our protagonist was alive in the Civil War and fighting, so he is really old. He's like over 80 at least, right? Or, well, I guess he could have been a lot younger. I mean, signing up, not necessarily 18 years old, but he's very, very old. And he listens, he hears something at the beach. He's not really sure what it's meant for. Whatever it is, it knows that he was listening. He starts having dreams. He has dreams of his dead wife, Lydia. There are people that start to get drowned at the sea, just these weird deaths, and the townspeople don't seem to take them too seriously. He's the only one that is perturbed by them. And eventually he goes into the water. It's not violent or anything, but he is taken. And that's it. I think it's okay. I think it plays a little bit into, I don't know, it feels familiar, right? It didn't really do much to kind of whoa or wow me. And there you go. But then we have the Susaneid, which starts with a quote by Anna Komnena, who is the author of the Alexiad, written in 1148. This is the book that I have to read so I can shit on John J. Stancliffe's book. So that's cool. That's interesting. I'm looking forward to that. But this is about a woman who gets selected to be leader of like the Galactic Federation of Aliens or whatever. They just choose someone, and she was chosen. And not to shit on the English too much, but they kind of have not great sense of humor. Some of it's okay, but Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is sort of not my thing. It's very sort of whimsical and whatever. It's written that way. Maybe if you like that style of humor, you would enjoy it, but I didn't really care for this one. Next is Ghost Stories by John Randolph. I felt that this author has talent. Maybe they're a little sloppy here or there, or not sloppy, but could use a little more polish. This is about a man. He's reflecting on his childhood, and he had this one friend, this girl that he used to play in the cemetery with, and they would make a bunch of games up as they played in the cemetery. But then one day he and his family have to move, so he no longer sees her. He just completely falls out of contact with her. And he gets this invite in the mail from the girl about going to her piano recital. This is all the way back in Rhode Island. I think they're in California and then specifically Los Angeles. So it's a huge ordeal. I mean, literally cross country to go see her. And he has some time to kill, so he decides that he's going to go explore the old cemetery before the recital that evening. But he never makes it to the rehearsal because he finds Soria, whatever, however you pronounce that, in the cemetery, and then she reveals to him that she had died when she was a girl, and it happened soon after he had left. There was a car accident, and then she ended up in the cemetery and wasn't able to leave like she had been able to before. I felt this story could use a little polish here because it talks about how she desperately wanted to get out of the cemetery and to live again, and she can't do it. But then through her determination, she's able to do it, and then she just ends up back in the cemetery for some reason. And yeah, I guess I just don't really get it. I felt like we needed a bit of an explanation there as to you're allowed to leave for some reason, but you're also being put back here for some reason again. That felt a little sloppy. And he is able to hold her hand and get her past the gates of the cemetery. I guess I'm fine with that. It's like the power of friendship or whatever. That's fine. That's fine. Like a human was able to bypass it and bring her along. They strip down and look at each other naked, which is okay, fine. And the trip just kind of ends. He says that he wished that he kept in touch with her, but he didn't. And he just returns to the land of the living. You know, that's a little odd too. I mean, she's a ghost. She's gone beyond the mortal pale or whatever. Maybe make the fucking effort. There's something supernatural here, like literally supernatural, no bullshit. Maybe, you know, make the effort. Perhaps, right? Perhaps make the effort. And then he finds her grave. He leaves a candle like they used to do when they were kids. And it's sort of sweet. It's sort of nice. I felt like, yeah, we need some more explanations here and there where it's just, I don't know, your friend's a ghost now, right? Maybe, sure, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to, you know, I mean, you live across country, but I feel like this is enough of an event that you would kind of uproot your life for it. Also, I do question if she, you know, she's a ghost, she can't leave the cemetery, how exactly he got the invitation to a piano recital for a girl that's dead. I don't know. I find it just, yeah, a little bits and bobs here and there. We have Two-Legged Angel by Flower Shop. I wrote fuck no above the title here. Okay, so we're underwater. There was an apocalypse. There's like a fish boy merman thing, and there's a human in like a diver suit thing. They're both men, right? They're both male, and they sort of, the human has to come to terms with he's probably dead. He's like an astronaut, whatever, from the moon, and his consciousness or whatever is in this robot underwater. He believes that since there's such a delay or whatever, that he's actually dead or something. But essentially, the story's about them being gay, right? And we don't care for that here. We don't care for that here. Flower shop? More like Fanoik shop. Fuck that. Yeah, it's been like 82 years or something, so I don't know. Maybe if one of them was a girl, the story's fine. You know, hey, whatever. It's still interspecies, I guess, but better than this. White pill, is it better to be with a alien thing or a black? Boys, you know the answer to that one. I don't have to explain it. Pretty fucking simple. Allegory of the Grave. I hated this one. I thought this was shit. This is written in a very annoying... Maybe this means the author is doing voice well. Yeah, okay, but it's fucking annoying to read. This is about a social media influencer, Wolfgang. We have this loser that's going in search of Wolfgang. He used to explore caves or shit, and he's gone missing. So this guy who's an obsessed fan wants to find him and get reward money or whatever, and, you know, become like an influencer and shit. He's just annoying, right? He smokes meth. I guess some parts are a little amusing here and there, but I hate the sentence breaks. I hate the little fragments. I hate the thoughts, the voice, all of it. I think I'm probably I am very prejudiced against many things, but I'm very prejudiced against just younger guys and just people in general just talking this way. It's too frustrating to put up with. I don't want to speak with these people. I don't want to know them. I don't want to hear their thoughts. Nothing. So, didn't really care for this one. The revelation of Ira Toscani. This I wrote that it seems like we have a decent writer here, but the ending was a bit of a letdown. This is about a man who goes on vacation, and there's these stories about missing settlers from this town. Are we at Roanoke? Or no, we're not at Roanoke. I think we're somewhere. I apologize, boys. We're somewhere. He thinks that maybe based on this crazy book that the colonists had been taken by vampires or something else. So he's kind of exploring. He's asking around about things. He follows some weird man through the night, and this man really creeps him out and disturbs him. He plays some music, and there's this storm, and all this crazy shit happens with non-terrestrial abominations. There's the colonists here, and he just leaves the island forever, and he's been silent about it ever since. Nothing really stood out to me as great here. It was just okay. Antiques Are Not Nostalgic by Philip Rari. This is good. So it's not super heavy about the lore and whatever in the world, but it's about this disease that happens to some people where their bodies start to not exactly, well, they break down, but like their limbs aren't falling off, but they are becoming more like statues, more like antiques, and that's what they're called. They are studied a lot, they're experimented on, they don't exactly have rights. And we follow one man who is a antique. He has this young caretaker. He's kind of in love with her. She has no idea, of course. And these people are also able to live for a very long time. He doesn't really have I don't believe he really has a sex drive or whatever, but he still feels something. It's not too bogged down and heavy with it on the exposition. And at the end, when he wants to reveal his feelings, she also introduces another caretaker as her boyfriend, and boom, boom, kidney punch, kidney punch, kidney punch. And he's going to be shipped off somewhere he has no say, to some worse run facility. And nice gut punches. I think this Philip Rari is good. The House by the Field by Liz Layton. This is short and simple. Indiscriminate time in the future, there are beings that come out at night, and they love to eat humans, and all you can do is really remain indoors and be very quiet and hope that they don't go for the house. So we have a farmer, his family, and then their one helper. The helper typically works too late on the farm, so he can't safely drive back to somewhere else to sleep, so he stays on the property with the family. And this night, the creatures break in through the house, and he only barely escapes death. They can't really see, but they will eventually find you if they're in a room with you just by searching around, and the sunlight comes just in time to drive them away. And it's this pretty horrible situation where he has to stay here and work and get the harvest in, and the farmer isn't super concerned for him. He is really allowing him to stay here, one, because he needs the help on the farm, and two, if the creatures ever do get in, they would eventually eat him because it's on the ground floor before coming up the stairs to his family. So there's a good chance that, so he's just another barrier there. So yeah, I like it. It doesn't overstay its welcome or anything like that. Mold Rush by Tom Preston. This is excellent. Perhaps this is the best one. So we have a man, Delaney, who we're in a graveyard again, and he talks about this phenomenon called the Great Mold Rush, where some researchers were investigating mold that came out of glacial water, and this created all this interest in studying mold. Some scientists dismiss it as just a fad or hyped up. And he had one friend, Donald Lakeson, who is dead now, and they're actually at the funeral of Donald Lakeson, and his friend moved on to go do all this mold research and get all this money and grants and stuff, and he was left behind, and his friend was kind of a dick to him. And then it turns out all this mold research was kind of nothing. It didn't really go anywhere, so it's this huge disappointment. When they're digging up this guy's corpse, there's two grave diggers here as well, and one of them seems to have something weird with them. There's like a globule of blackness around his eye. And then to add on to it, the sister of Donald shows up, Amanda, and she talks about how Donald sent her these secret letters where he believed he was going to be killed, and he found something in the ice, and it looks like the government decided to dig up Donald's grave so that they could spread whatever infection killed him. Oh, and the two grave diggers have fused into a monster together, and yeah, Donald definitely was infected with something, and now he's in the grave as the abomination is descending upon him. And yes, Delaney thought definitely a dead end. That's a nice little line to end with, right? That's a good line, and yeah, solid as well. Permanent Summer by Nick Stanifer. It started based, and then boo. 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 We have time-traveling fascists that are trying to control all timelines, who are based, blonde, Aryan dudes. You know, we have to fight against fascism and defeat their empire, which would have been really cool. So this is about a scientist who has frozen a piece of reality in time so that his daughter who died can live forever here. So it's this anomaly, and these fascists are trying to destroy this. Whatever. Even if, alright, let's say we change the enemies to not fascism. It's just dad stops time to save his dead child, which is okay, but not, like the best or the most interesting. And then we have Midway's End by Travis Mushansky, and we are set in a circus with one man, and with a man who is a recent addition to the circus. He is being accused of raping or attempting to rape this man's wife, and the boss here, who is this crippled dwarf, decides that they're gonna take care of him in their own way. So they put him in this dunk tank. It's not a normal dunk tank, and there's abominations and such swirling in the water below. No one can see it except for him, so he is sitting there totally freaking out, panicking. There's good tension here. That's all done well, as people are lobbing baseballs at the target to try to send him in the water. No one manages to hit the target, and he's feeling very confident, so he mocks a child, and even though he passed the time limit and he's supposed to go free now, the boss here decides to assist the child and let him step closer so he can hit the target. And yes, Lenny falls into the water, and it is horrific and justified because it seems like he did do it. So yeah, I'm glad he is dead. The Mylar Chamber, I believe this is our last story. Let me double check. Yes, it is. Okay, this is by Victoria Roshkums. This is on New Year's. Oh, it's almost New Year's, boys. Sorry about, So I did delay the recording. I'm actually doing, hopefully, all of it on today, the 26th of December. I just had Christmas, which was good, but I'll save that for the outro. But on this, we have a man, Hoff Hansen, who is like a big deal in TV, and he's wandering around alone. He walks into a weird building. He talks to this guy. This person calls this the Mylar Chamber, and he's like seeing himself on the TVs. It felt inner, kind of metaphysical, and I've never really enjoyed those kinds of stories. And it's probably making some commentary about art and things like that, and I don't really give a shit about that. So didn't really love that one, but yeah, good variety here. I think it's the best one in a few volumes, so I was pleased with that. Oh, but what's this, boys? What is this on the back cover here? We have Sing Australiad. Coming soon from Bonfire Books, the stories of Jack Norman compiled for the first time in Sleep Capricorn. In these stories, painful honesty is paired with meticulous reflection and sharp prose, often hilarious and lovingly reassembled from intimate memory. Norman invites us into an unfamiliar landscape filled with old friends, odd neighbors, and the endless intermingling of suburbia and the wild outback. Norman's stories have featured in Amp Magazine, Man's World Magazine, and others, presented here alongside Unseen Originals. This collection is available from Bonfire Books. October 15th, the essence of rural Australia recalled with impeccable grass-like precision, a tangible and surreal landscape of mangrove and bitumen which seems to ponder the frailty of its inhabitants. Doesn't that just sound divine, boys? It really sounds like we're in for such a treat. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get to Sleep Capricorn by Jack Norman. I'm really looking forward to it. But first, we have other books to get to.
Early one morning, with time to kill, I borrowed Jeb's rifle and sat on the hill. I saw a lone rider crossing the plain. I drew a bead on him to practice my aim. My brother's rifle went off in my hand. A shot rang out across the land. The horse he kept running, the rider was dead. I hung my head, I hung my head. I set off running to wake from the dream. My brother's rifle went into the sheen. I kept on running into the Southlands. That's where they found me, my head in my hands. The sheriff, he asked me, why had I run? And then it came to me, just what I had done. And all for no reason, just one piece of lead. I hung my head, I hung my head. Here in the courthouse, the whole town was there. I see the judge high up in his chair. Explain to the courtroom what went through your mind, and we'll ask the jury what verdict they find. I felt the power of death over life. I orphaned his children, I widowed his wife. I beg their forgiveness, I wish I was dead. I hung my head, I hung my head, I hung my head, I hung my head. Early one morning, with time to kill, I see the gallows up on the hill, and out in the distance, a trick of the brain. I see a lone rider crossing the plain, and he come to fetch me to see what they done, and we'll ride together till kingdom come. I pray for God's mercy, 'cause soon I'll be dead. I hung my head, I hung my head, I hung my head, I hung my head.
Boys, we are now on to the Bizarchives, and weirdly enough, this is also the 8th volume, like we just did Tales of the Unreal Volume 8. That is a weird coincidence, but here it is. This is, I believe, the longest one, or maybe just because it's formatted a little differently, there's, the text is maybe larger than previous issues. I might be totally wrong about that, but it's definitely a thicker issue of the Bizarchives. I think it's, the biggest one in terms of that. I felt that many of these were good. We had some kind of bad stories here and a mixed bag, right? Which you boys already know. And we have plenty of familiar authors here: C.P. Webster, David Martell, Cuthbertson, Arbogast, Frostcast, I remember him, M.S. Jones. I felt probably the best was Bloom by Dave Martell. The Girl at the Seance by C.P. Webster, also very good. I thought Onria by Cuthbertson was good. It could have been more interesting, I felt like, but we'll get there. But a lot of good there. The Moons of Nancy, I also wrote, is good. And we begin with Mr. Jack All in Black, which I don't know who the author is here. I think perhaps Dave Martell. And I thought this was okay, not really great. The Bizarchives, not very often, but at times they've drawn upon a sort of, this is hard for me to describe, but hub, a kind of place of origin, like there's this large library and all this stuff is being recorded, right, for the Bizarchives. The first story is about a man who was sent here from the Bizarchives by the archivist to witness everything and then to return. So we have our protagonist who comes into this town where he's not really where he finds it abandoned. There are a lot of jack-o'-lanterns all around. Finds weird drawings. He finds kids wearing jack-o'-lanterns on their heads. They end up summoning Mr. Jack, who is this pumpkin monster, and yeah, it's just very okay. I felt it was I get it, you want a Halloween-themed story to open up this collection for the release and all that, but it was just very okay. The Veil of the Lares, this is by T. Powers, and I felt that this was extremely weak. One of the weaker stories that I've seen from the Bizarchives. It goes on for 26 pages, and it really felt like 26 pages of nothing. I thought this sucked. I thought this was really bad. I was very surprised that this was in this issue overall, but then especially put towards the start. Not quite meta narrator or whatever. He is reviewing documents from something from a journal that a character wrote. Okay, we are in the 1500s. The person who's doing the meta critiquing is from the Office of the Inquisitors. The person who wrote it was Matteo di Voluto, who used to be this great painter. He's on trial for weaving blasphemous visions into a mural. His account is about him being summoned by this prince who wants this great artwork done. And so we have a series of diary entries, which again is not my favorite. And he is recounting his time as he is seeing strange things and shadows. And occasionally at the end of entries, we have little notes from the Inquisitor, and I just don't really care for the notes. I understand that's like a part of the structure here, but they just feel intrusive, right? That someone's just bothering you in the middle of being told this story. So White Pill, we have a painter here, and he's seeing all these strange things, and his artwork is getting more disturbing. The people around him can't see what he's seeing. That doesn't sound so terrible, and yet it kind of is. It's just, it feels repetitive. Here on 27, all right, the bottom of 27, and pored over my grandfather's texts, seeking answers in their crumbling pages. Ovid's Tale of Gods and Transformations. Then we have June 8th, 1503. We were before on the entry of May 20th, 1503. And on page 30, I pored over my grandfather's texts again, seeking solace in their words, but found only fragments. Ovid's Gods, Pliny's Meroz, A Poet's Aid. My memory falters, and I wonder if I am mad. And we have 2 notes from the Inquisitor on 22 and 30, where much of the same is said. It just feels somewhat repetitive, and maybe this is the author's way of trying to show the madness of Mateo, but it feels kind of clumsy. I don't know if I would use the term lazy, but it's not engaging, it's not well done, and it just felt like I'm reading the same crap over and over again. It's another diary entries, oh, I'm losing my mind short story. Nothing fucking happens for 26 pages. Oh my god, is that a shadow abomination in the corner of this oil painting? Holy shit, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, and then he reveals it on Halloween. People aren't. And yeah, I suppose we were trying to show the madness of Mateo, but in doing so, it wasn't exactly a thrilling read. And I don't know. I think I've simply read too many short stories where specifically, I think the diary entry, whatever formatting can work. It can be fine, whatever, good enough. It has overstayed its welcome for me, and this was I don't know. I've read short stories where in 26 pages, the author will really take you somewhere. They will really make you feel something, one emotion, several, whatever. 26 pages to feel nothing but annoyance isn't good, right? But we had a nice one with C.P. Webster next, The Girl at the Seance. This is about a man. He's invited to this party hosted by this man, Dickie Phillip, who brings in these weird bohemian types. He meets up with this girl, Eleanor, there. He's immediately into her, and Eleanor's apparently a natural medium. They became lovers, and apparently she actually does have powers because he's able to win this bet at a racing derby. But then Dickie calls them up, and he wants her to perform a seance for some clientele. So they end up doing this, and they do this in this house where there was this infamous killer who used to live there. So they're trying to contact this doctor who used to butcher his patients and take their faces. They do end up meeting with the spirit. Vernon thought to himself that he should have put his foot down. He should have stopped it before it went out of hand. Eleanor probably would have listened to him if he had just done it, but he went along with it. And during the seance, Eleanor rises from her chair. She's floating. The room plunges into blackness, and Eleanor is dead. And in the official reports, she died from natural causes. And Dickie becomes a recluse after this and dies after a while. It seems like maybe he got possessed by the evil doctor or something, and he does die later by New Year's. So I don't know if the doctor entered his body or something, but it definitely did do something to him, and he died later. And we end there. I thought that was nice. That was a tight story. It made me feel something. It didn't labor on for 26 pages and do fuck all. Bloom by David Martell is next. This was disturbing. This was creepy. It made me feel so uncomfortable. This had great body horror, and I hate body horror. I don't like horror at all, but when I come across good horror, it makes me feel uncomfortable, and that's great. That's wonderful. We also have some humor here. We have a man, Noah, who has just come back from a trip in India, and he has brought back some disease with him, and he's very woke about it. And he's having all these terrible afflictions, like vomiting, his stomach cramping. He berates the doctor for saying that Oh, you came back from India? India's a dangerous place with a lot of diseases there. Dangerous? Noah's voice cracked from dehydration, but indignation sharpened his words. That's an incredibly reductive and judgmental way to characterize an entire subcontinent. The doctor tries to apologize, and Noah's not having it, saying you're othering an entire population. He drinks more and more water. He's sick for days and weeks where he can't really go into the office. He tries once and has to go home. The sunlight seems to have a extreme effect on him, and it's like he's drinking the light. And I hate this on 75, where he wakes up with the sensation of his feet being held in place. He could see thin white tendrils emerging from his heels and threading through the sheet fabric like organic cables. So he rips his feet free, and there's these horrible little sounds. He calls the doctor, and apparently other people are having these conditions as well. Oh yeah, and then he goes to the park, and plant-like people are already there, and they're kind of drinking each other's fluids. There's like sex, but it's not sexy. It's horrifying. Insects are crawling inside of him, and he loses his sense of individuality here. The people have formed these like big organic trees, and they are going to try to spread their pollen and infect everywhere else in the world. God, I didn't go over all the little details, but especially with like the feet and his body just kind of breaking down and changing. Very uncomfortable. It was great that I felt this way. Next, we have Onera by Cuthbertson. This did not go where I thought it would. It was more peaceful, more optimistic than I thought it would be. I felt that the ending could have been a little stronger. There could have been a little more intrigue, but this was nice. We have a man waking up and someone's knocking on his door, so he goes over and opens it, and all these beautiful people enter his room, and he realizes that he's a foreigner amongst them, and then he gets brought back to his reality. So we had a little dream within a dream, and he can't let this dream go. He says that it felt real, like he reached out and touched another world, like he existed somewhere else entirely for a few wonderful minutes. He hates his life right now. He has a mediocre job. We have on 91 the dating apps dangled love and sex in front of me like hooked bait before a fish, but I swam away. I turned my phone off and climbed into bed at 6 p.m. The only enjoyment he's getting, not out of family, friends, relationships, is trying to get back to this dream. And to his delight, he is able to wake up in this dream again, and he can understand these people. This one man says, "Welcome to Oneria." And he talks with this guy for a little while who's surprised that he made it back because it's rare for anyone to enter this world without the aid of this herb, a carol. And he says, you will need a carol to get back here, and you need to seek out the dreamers of this lodge. Oh, and just before he goes to sleep in the dream, or rather wakes up into the real world, he sees the face of this very beautiful woman, and then he wakes up. Apparently he's been asleep for several days. Work was concerned for him, so he's got to get back to the job. So was his mother was also concerned. And he spends weeks and weeks doing research, trying to find this lodge, but he's not able to find anything. He ends up forgetting that the week had turned around and he needed to be back into work, and he just doesn't care. Nothing matters to him anymore except getting back there. And yet all this research has been for naught. He cannot find the herb. He's found no mention of this lodge. He does, however, find some strange drug addict looking guy, and he whispers Onera to the man, and this guy leads him into this strange place. We got some really bizarre looking people, and this is actually the lodge. And the leader of the lodge wants him to go back there and to bring them news of that world. So they give him the herb so he can go to sleep. He wakes up in the dream world again. He meets the beautiful woman who is in fact the princess of this world, Princess Atar. And he and Atar fall in love with each other. And he had looked in a mirror earlier and he saw himself as like handsome and regal looking, but he looks in a mirror again and he sees sunken, hollow cheekbones. He looked like a victim of forced starvation. He saw figures crouched around him. And the princess says, "Don't worry about it. When we meet again, you may understand." So he's back in the lodge. He gives them news of the world, and they explain to him that the herb, a carol, is a misdirection because it's actually a substance found on the eyelashes of the deepest dreamers, which means that you have to eat other people's eyelash particles or whatever, I don't know, like eyelash dandruff almost, which is fucking gross, but it's creative, I'll give it that at least. And apparently you cannot get high off your own supply. You have to have a carol from someone else. So even though he's a really good dreamer and he produces a bunch of the stuff, other people can use it, but he can't. He's back in the dream world having a wonderful time with the princess, but he is told he must go back to the real world. He does go back, and he wakes up with a crude crown over his head fashioned from crumpled tinfoil. That's an awesome detail. I love that so much. And the lodge is worshiping him as he returns. People are bowing to him and everything. That was great. And apparently he has been asleep for years now. And he is the Lord of Dreamers. And he says on 126, "Tell me," I croaked, my shriveled tongue barely able to move in my mouth, "why do you call yourself dreamers if you are so cursed with sleeplessness?" And he says, "Surely you know. This is the dream. Oneria is the real world. I am dreaming now. We're all dreaming together. In Oneria we are awake." And this is the final realization that he had to achieve. He questions the princess. How does he stay in this world forever? He doesn't want to dream again and be brought back to that world he came from. He sees through the mirror the world with the lodge, and they have put him in, it's basically a crypt. It's all the corpses of the failed dreamers who have perished along the way. And they bring his body to this bed where there is the rotting figure of a woman crawling with maggots and flies. She was dressed in mothballed red finery, wore a tinfoil tiara. Her desiccated lips were dark and peeled back over her teeth, but I'd know that smile anywhere. And he has realized that the truth has been before him all this time. All he has to do to stay in Oneria is to decide to stay. It's that simple. He also had to remove any way of, like, the room that he woke up in. Just remove that, and then he's here. He's going to be here forever. So I was surprised that there wasn't a lot of intrigue in the dream world. I guess it would have been a little cliche for something to be evil or wrong with it. I mean, his body is essential. Well, his body will die in the quote-unquote real world here. And yeah, maybe it's better that there's nothing evil or wrong in the dream world. But I also feel like Oneria could have had like a little more intrigue. I thought the revelations we did get were interesting, but for being like 44 pages, I could have used like a little more intrigue, a little more interesting stuff going on in the dream world perhaps. Still, I think it was a really good concept. I did enjoy it. We do have next the thinning of Mr. Warren. This did not do much for me. It was just kind of acceptable. We have two cops. We have Mortensen and Detective Conway. They're here together. No other people are on duty right now. They're discussing some murders that have been going on, how it doesn't make much sense. It's like some wild beast is out there ripping up women. And these guys are arguing a little bit back and forth with each other when there's suddenly a crash outside and they find a man slumped over the wheel of this car. They bring him inside, wake him up. This guy is Clarence, and Clarence has come to them and is telling them this story about some doctor, a Dr. Longwood, who Conway doesn't believe because he says Dr. Longwood died 5 years ago. Clarence was essentially the doctor's Igor, and he thinks the doctor must be stopped. He tried and failed tonight, and that's why he drove to the police station to try to find them. So we have some backstory with the doctor. Apparently, he was killing prostitutes, and things got interrupted by a woman. This woman was Conway's wife, but this is before he was married to her or knew her, and the woman apparently found out about what he was doing and threatened to call the cops. So that's why he tried to fake his own death. They don't believe Clarence, but they think that they should check it out because he at least knows some of the details. He knows some details that no one in the public should know about the latest murder victim. And Clarence said something about the doctor creating the murderer. So they go down this lab and they find this weird automaton. It's got a metal body, and in the glass like dome of the head there's a human face. Apparently the guy used to be the caretaker there, and it kills people. So they're trying to kill the creature by thinning it, like there's something with the gas, right, to make it decompose. Everyone gets knocked out. When he wakes up, he's at home with his wife, who says that he's delirious and crazy, that there was no secret laboratory, that his partner is dead. He doesn't believe his wife or what's going on, but he falls back asleep. And then the wife is on the phone with the doctor, who has the body of the other detective there. And it felt very okay. It felt a little too convenient, and didn't really love it. The Children of Polaris by Verzache. This was not great. So we have a guy that takes a DNA test, and he's going back into his family history, really explaining haplogroups and chromosomes, all of that stuff. He wants to know the truth of his ancestry. Did not find that interesting at all. Like, some of that stuff is kind of interesting and cool, but it was very detailed. It was very boring. And he finds some abnormalities in his DNA, and it's like, hey, this ancestor I'm supposed to have, like, why do I have certain traits that this ancestor doesn't have? And he realizes that at this far off point in his family tree, that one of the women in the family tree was raped by a non-human hominin thing, a sea creature thing, right? And that is carried down all the way through different ancestors of his and even to himself. So he ends up traveling to this place, and he finds other sea creature things, and he is accepted by them. There's a woman there who, as he is like an ape amongst humans, she is a human amongst apes. So she looks very human, very normal, right, with little abnormalities. And this guy seemed to be a relatively normal looking guy, maybe a little weird, but he definitely could have blended in with the rest of society, but he chose not to. So this is what we get. And then he embraces her, and that's it. That is it. It really overstayed its welcome. It's just like, oh my god, look at my DNA. I don't know. The Shadow Sisters Silence by M.S. Jones. I strongly disliked this. This, I think, is related to I forget which anthology. It might have been in a previous Bizarchives or somewhere else. But we just get little... It's spanned over many years. But essentially we have some disembodied figures in the ruins of this empire, in this palace, where these spirits can't really interact with each other, and this one spirit, our POV, keeps referring to another one as his sister, who can't really hear him, so he's just there lingering and lingering, unable to really do anything, and he doesn't really have a voice. And some humans visit here and there, and great passages of time are occurring. I think the brother is the shadow and the sister is the echo here. Yeah, and we get back to the origins, how they ended up like this. There was some ritual that went wrong where the emperor was trying to protect his realm, and it ended up like magically harming all of his children, and the empire was ruined. There was some invasion that was going to happen. Oh, and it was actually his fault. He ended up dooming his siblings by trying to save himself in the ritual. Didn't really care about that. Then we have Is Peter Nearer by Arbogast. I thought we had a good start here, a rather bad finish, and some little aspects that don't quite work out. We have some mafia guys who I always appreciate. We have a man here who has just got out of prison, and he is brought in by this boss who has a special job for him. And this job needs a skilled butcher, but one who can also keep his mouth shut. The job apparently pays $50,000. So we're set in modern enough times where 50K is like a median salary, right? And Earl immediately accepts. He would have accepted anything, even if it paid $1,000. Now, we are not told how long the job is supposed to go on for, if it's just for one night, if it's for a month, a week, what. But 50K, a lot of fucking money. And Earl doesn't really question things further. He doesn't question, like, what exactly am I going to be doing? He knows that his butchering skills are required. They are essential for this work. What else is there? So he's going on the job, but he decides to stop at a diner first. The waitress there tells him the story about this girl named Queenie who was killed and was missing pieces of her. And yeah, it shocked this little town forever, right? To this day. And apparently the guy that was convicted for the crime, no one thinks that he actually did it, but he was just the fall guy instead of the real culprits. He gets to this super mansion and is welcomed in, meets these rich guys and is introduced to everyone. And then he is brought into the kitchen where he examines all of his tools, the cleaver, spinal cord remover, bone dust scrapers, 5 or so knives. Seems like just a butchering job, like you're gonna prepare some food for these guys. Now, sure, if this was a wedding or some huge event and you're preparing food for hundreds and hundreds of people, I have no idea what caterers make at weddings or whatever, but I would assume like tens of thousands or so, right? A lot of money, right? For especially like high-end, super rich types, that I could believe that. But I could have used a little more questioning, a little more, hey, what is this job? Why am I being paid $50,000 just to cut up some meat for some rich people who want expert cuts for this special occasion? What's going on here? Because 50K for seemingly one night of work is insane, right? If you said, hey, $5,000. Like, I don't know. I know I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but the 50K thing is just ridiculous. If you said $10,000, for this big catering job, I could buy it, right? But not $50,000. It's just a little ridiculous. Oh, and he's given the instructions, and it just seems like some, just normal meat. Look, boys, IQ above 70 here. I can proudly state that I have an IQ above 70. We all know what's going on here. It's a little too thick. It's a little too obvious. It's a little too boring. I don't know. Maybe if you cut out the diner thing, but because it's just a little too heavy-handed, because of course he's actually serving these people human meat. Oh my God, I was shocked. I couldn't believe that. Wow. Totally threw me for a loop here. Just too predictable, because then, of course, as the chef, he tries some of the meat and he ends up throwing up when he realizes the truth of it. We end with the chef, Earl. It seems like he's going to be murdered by Mr. Bastine, who was the head guy here. So there's your ending. I'm not sure if you could whip this into something more intriguing. Maybe if the circumstances were a little more believable, like, hey, $10,000 to, do food for this super special party. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe just the premise itself, it's just hard to work into something that's more intriguing because it's so obvious, but not a good one. Don't recommend that one. The Moons of Nancy by Dave Martell, where we have a crash landing on a planet. The planet is actually sentient. It is built layer and layer and layer upon corpses of things that have come to this planet, and it tries to mimic life from like Earth. But it did have good horror. It did have a good ending. It was creepy here and there, and these astronauts are trying to recover the other members of their crew and get a distress beacon. Oh, and they're not actually even on the planet they were trying to reach. They're actually in orbit on some structure thing which appears to be organic, and it is going around the planet they were trying to get on. And they're able to send out a rescue message, and then they're trying to cancel it because they know that whoever comes is also going to be destroyed. Planet itself, it's not really, it doesn't seem to have like a malevolent consciousness, but it simply devours everything that comes onto its surface. And he sees a bunch of copies of like the planet that he's standing on also in the distance. So since it makes copies of everything, it perhaps made copies of the world that it first devoured. I don't know. It was interesting. Like, that was good. The last line is distress transmission received, rescue inbound, ETA 8 hours. So it looks like more humans are coming and they're going to be killed, and then they're going to ask for rescue, and this horrible cycle will go on. That was solid. We have Of Birch and Briar by St. Hawks, and I believe that this is our best one. It is, I think, also our longest, being, 46 pages? So we're in a fantasy world. We have a older, grizzled man who is a witch hunter, and we have a young girl who was saved years ago from a coven of witches, but she still has some magic and powers to her. They serve this good religion, and they were sent to this town to help out because there are some bad things going on. It works well. The old grizzled mentor, the younger naive apprentice. It's a good duo between them. The town is actually really infected by witches, and there's some cool magic, there's some good fights. It's strong stuff. I would happily read more of this, like a full-length novels. Oh, they're also called Sin Eaters. That's right. That's really cool. And Sin Eaters, I think this was in Wales, but also like England, Scotland, Ireland. I forget the exact time period, maybe like 1600, 17, 18s, whatever. I know it died out, I believe, in the early 1900s, but it came over to America, where you would have an outcast in the community, and like last rites for someone at a funeral, this person would eat bread that had been placed on the corpse of the recently deceased, and they would like eat their sins so that the recently dead wouldn't have these sins with them when they would be judged by St. Peter or whatever. And that's kind of cool. So yeah, they end up saving the town. A lot of people died, but all the witches are gone. It was nice. It was cool, dark fantasy. I was really happy to have read this. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't go too like heavy, too deep into the world, but what world that is built within these 46 pages, it all feels organic, it flows well, it's natural. I'm curious to learn more. All this shit wasn't dumped on me. It's not also super cryptic and just frustrating and barren for the sake of being frustrating and barren and just guess. Yeah, Bizarchives 8 recommendation, like the other Bizarchives.
your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. I know what to do. Then come back for you. I know what to do. Then come back for you. I know what to do. Then come back for you. When you asked me for some more, I was energized. Couldn't see your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. When you asked me for some more, I was energized. Couldn't see your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. When you asked me for some more, I was energized. Couldn't see your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. When you asked me for some more, I was energized. Couldn't see your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. When you asked me for some more, I was energized. Couldn't see your eyes, they were up inside. When you asked if I could see, I was pulverized. Sat in overdrive, test and recognize. I know what to do. Then come back for you. I know what to do. Then come back for you.
We continue on with the Times of War Part 2 by Marcus Jones, the fourth title in his series, The Chronicles of Heraldria. So obviously, by listening to this, you're going to get spoiled on the previous 3 books in this book. So if you're interested in a series that is essentially about a realm that goes on a crusade because they believe that the end times are approaching, but there's some intrigue going on and some characters are investigating because some things don't seem quite right with the signs, and is this genuinely happening, and there's some malevolent things going on in the background. So you can check those out. I do recommend the series. I did think book 2 was rather weak, but book 3 brought me back in, and book 4 I feel like is also a strong continuation. I had some little minor gripes that we'll get into, but I still enjoyed it, and I will continue reading the series as it comes out. So, where we previously left off, we had the siege of Ersford. They defeated the enemy force that was holding them down there. There's still a horde there that is waiting and going to attack again. Marius is still there. They're dealing with infighting in the campgrounds. We have Livrin, the former priest who has left the church now, and he doesn't do a whole lot in this book, but he's there. He's not bad. Florian really doesn't do a whole lot, and that was kind of a complaint I had in book 3, where he is far to the north with some mercenaries, and they're supposed to be shipped off to some foreign lands away from all this intrigue that's happening in the mainland, which seems to be more than a coincidence. Nothing much happens with him. Some stuff happens, but he really just gets a chapter here. And Skarn, who is the leader of the City Watch, they might be called something else besides the City Watch. But yeah, there's some stuff with him that I didn't really like. It felt a little, not great, but we'll get into it. So, okay. So we open up, the fortress has been greatly weakened by the battle. They are debating on what they should do. They're going to do some repairs, not as much as Marius and some others want them to do. And they've decided that, well, we spotted some enemies across the river. We're going to engage them and try to wipe them out before enemy reinforcements come. Marius is against this, but he is overruled. So, the very next chapter, they have a battle with the enemy forces. They refuse to break at all. They win the battle. Their forces do win, but the enemy is different from, other forces that they face. They will not break or yield at all, and Marius is also correct, and there is a much, much larger force that is coming, so they were able to defeat the smaller group, but now will have to try to retreat. Then we are back in Miramar, which is the capital of the empire. The March of the Faithful, the Crusade, is going to happen in 3 days, and we are in the point of view of Captain Skarn, who has not really had a lot of time on the page for the previous 3 books. One of his men reports seeing something painted on one of the old warehouse doors, and this reminds him of the assassin that tried to kill Marius in the previous book. So he investigates. There's this trapdoor, and more than that, they find small bones there, children's bones. It definitely, I think, could have been a little smoother than how it was presented, but he's thinking about stories about children that have been stolen over the years. Was this how they ended up? Could this be his lost son, Retwin? It had been over 20 years since Retwin disappeared. Which itself isn't necessarily bad, right? It's like, oh, he had a son, his son disappeared 20 years ago. Let's keep going for a minute. He decides that he's going to raise the issue of this cult at the next council meeting, but the council wants him to find the heretics Livrin and Caston, who was a warden of the church. I forget the name of the other warden, but he died in book 2, but we also have Caston here. There are a bunch of characters, and they tend to get lost a little bit for me. I know it's supposed to be a series grand in scope, but it is this warden, we have this captain here, and then especially more in the military arrangement, it's just kind of a sea of names, and a few of them stand out, but many of them just, I have no fucking clue who you are, but whatever. So he is on the trail of Livrin and Caston, and he ends up finding them and decides to let them go so they can meet up with Marius, which I questioned if this was really needed. I suppose it does have characterization for Skarn, but from book 3, we already know that Livrin and Caston make it to Marius, so I'm not sure if getting a little cute with my complaints, but it just felt like, we already know that this happens, right? We already know the outcome here, so there can't exactly be a lot of tension, like, oh, is Skarn going to side with the church and do what he's told, or is he going to let these two people go despite them being, criminals now? So, I don't know. I didn't feel it was super. And he goes back, he tells the church that he's calling off the manhunt, that they're wasting too many men on it, and it's worthless. He thinks to himself about how he lost his wife, his son, his titles. No idea what happened there. So, yeah, there's probably a story there. And then two members of the Inquisition, Vivier and Morum. Vivier says, he is as foolish and as arrogant as you described. I'm so glad you saved me from him. Skarn was dumbstruck. He rushed up the stairs and he grabbed him. There along the back of his neck was a thin, long-healed scar. Retwin, Skarn's voice crackled. That was never my name, the young man replied, voice cold as stone. Son, you were never my father. This is, I don't know, it's kind of a what the fuck for me. Is this needed? It definitely surprised me. It absolutely 100% got me. I did not see this coming. But it also just feels really out of left field, sort of soap opera almost. Maybe that's a little harsh, but I guess this could develop into something, get more into what the church, or really the cult within the church, was up to and what they're doing, but it just felt a little, you were never my father. A little, yeah. And we don't have anything else with Skarn for the rest of the book. Out of, I think it's 170 prose pages, we're on page 40 right now, and we will not see Skarn again. So it just feels like we got a little intrigue with him, but then we're going to have to wait for the next title. And later, with our one chapter with Forian, we got some more intrigue with him, but we're going to have to wait for the next title, right? And the main focus is with Marius and the army at the fort, and I do like that. I think the battle scenes are all done well. I think the action is good. And it's interesting. There's a really cool moment later on in the fighting. There's a few cool moments. That's not really bad, but it's sandwiched in between these side plots that you're waiting to fire, Oh, and Solarin is a young nobleman who is really fucking evil, and he has a lot of men under his control, and he leads some of the cavalry. He's really a bad general, too. He's almost too cartoonishly evil and gets away with way too much shit where someone would have definitely cut his fucking head off. And yeah, we will complain more later. Okay, and then we have the next engagement where the bad guys, they are called the Chosen Host, and we have Mantra, who is the Herator of the host. And they do offer them the possibility of surrendering and joining the host, but it has to be an unconditional surrender. And now they are facing the superior forces of their army that rivals the Karen forces. We don't know a whole lot about the Chosen Host, but they have a prophet, apparently, and they believe that the outcome has already been decided and they are going to win. And so there is a challenge from their leader to the Karen Forces leader, Lord Kassan. Kassan, he jokes about it, but he is unwilling to do it because you're not gonna, throw the entire surrender of your people on one fucking match. And then some of the men see that Solarin kicks the horse of Kassan and forces the horse forward, which means that the challenge has been accepted. So now Kassan has to fight this much younger warrior, and Kassan is able to win. But this was out in the open. More than one person saw it happen. I mean, not a ton of people saw Solarin do it, but it's still kind of insane, especially when it's oh, we can't kill Solarin yet. No, he has too many men. But I feel like if any of those men wouldn't go against their lord who tried to, have a superior officer murdered in this way, then they weren't going to be loyal to you anyways, and it would be better to either kill them now or send them home so they can do you no further harm. But that's my opinion. Oh, and they are able to capture the guy who threw down the challenge. He is still alive, and he says he is no longer the heritor of his people. And whoever the new leader of the Horde will be will make his own laws, and that's just kind of how they go. If they win, then they honor their arrangement of conquering your people. If they lose, then they choose a new leader, and that old arrangement was totally bullshit and null and void. I kind of like them. They're based. And I thought this was cool. I thought this was neat where, you know, the Karen people are about to go on their own crusade, and the chosen host are really on their own crusade as well. They have what they call living towns, where they have 100 of these apparently, and they roll across the lands, and families are housed, fed, and taught there, and you know, they have their own destiny where they think they have to conquer this land for something. So that's cool, that's neat, I like it. Marius also notes that Mantra has some tattoos on his palms where it looks like the same markings match the assassin that tried to kill him, and Mantra says that the tattoos mean it signifies the sun that does not rise but will rise again. That is why we march. That's cryptic as fuck. But Mantra is allowed to go back to his people because they think they're going to do a prisoner exchange. That does not happen, and Mantra eventually comes back to the Karens because he is not welcomed by the chosen host anymore, and he brings back the heads of some noblemen that the chosen host gave to him to bring back. Oh, there is, one thing where Marius reflects that they also hinted that they might fear the dark. That's kind of why they worship the sun, or we don't know, really anything about their religion or however it goes, but yeah, they might be afraid of the dark. Oh, and Kassan says to Marius, "When I fall, Solarin will move quickly, and the men, it would wound their morale to know the truth of what he is, so no mention of that either." Okay, that's true, but Solarin is actually not a joke evil. He's not just a conniving guy in the back that will try to take power when opportunity presents itself. He literally tried to have his commanding officer killed so then he could take control of the army. This isn't a guy that you can trust in any way at all. He is simply evil, right? I don't use that term lightly, but he is quite literally evil, and he should be dealt with sooner rather than later, and it would hurt the men, but I think it would also hurt the men a lot more if a incompetent bad guy was put in charge of the army and led to a lot of men being killed. Oh, and so Kassan is dying. He was really hurt in his duel, actually. I'm sorry, I think I didn't say that immediately, but he won, but very, very hurt, and he will die. He says that this one boy, Asloff, is his grandson. He is a bastard. His son died before he could claim him, but he's of his blood. This is Marius's squire. So Kassan has named this boy to be his heir, and he appoints Marius to be his protector. I did think this was kind of cool. They array their forces on the far side of the ford. Kassan dismounts, and his goal for the original crusade to go handle the chosen host arriving in Karen was to claim the unicorn wastes, right? That was part of why he was doing all of this. So he claims the unicorn wastes in the name of the Karen Empire. And so we definitely have a lot of supernatural elements in the series and such. I don't know. I think this is okay. I don't know what else I kind of maybe would have wanted here. Alright. So we have a knight clad in resplendent silver armor, radiating an inner light akin to the priest's divine aura of faith descend the slope towards them. Of the Escari. This is a angel Valkyrie thing who says that it cannot heal Kassan. Your time here is done. but we will grant you the strength that you will require for you to achieve your final desire. Yeah, and then it touches him, and he has this aura around him, and he and a few chosen men ride into the enemy ranks to kill as many as they possibly can. Again, I think it's kind of a cool scene and all. I feel like we've only really seen the evil forces of, or we've seen like the equivalent for horsemen basically, and those guys are really fucking evil. And then there are these guys. I felt like maybe it could have been not like a full angel coming down in the previous books, but something to where, I don't know. It just feels like Kassan, alright, he's a nobleman, right? He's a big deal, but we've never like seen anything like this before, and now it's just kind of here, right? It feels a little. For some men, he decides to make Marius a nobleman, and he grants him the lands of the Unicorn Waste and makes him a Sir. But the only people that witness this are the boy Asloff, who is a bastard as far as anyone else but Marius knows, and also the men that are about to ride with Kassan to their deaths, fighting the chosen host. So feels a little kind of, I don't know, contrived here, where it's like, okay, Marius should be able to have a greater role and place in the army now that he is actually a nobleman. It was all done legally and according to their customs, but because no one knows it, he has no way of proving it. So it's just, yeah, that felt a little contrived here. So there's this great big final charge. They all die. Kassan dies well, and it's great. It's symbolic and all, but I'm not sure exactly what else I kind of would have wanted here. Not, I don't know, foreshadowing or something to where it's just, okay, is this Iskari thing? And maybe I'm being too autistic and getting into the reads with it, but it's, alright, hey, angel thing, like, why is all this bullshit happening? Is the apocalypse actually going on? Are you a good guy? Are the four Justicari, are they bad? Are they being manipulated or something? I don't know. Like, is our one true God, is he like actually a good God? Or, yeah, I'm probably being just a little too autistic here. Sorry. Okay, and then Forian. We have Forian's chapter on page 83. So, where we left off, he and the mercenary corps, they were loaded onto 3 ships. Everything seems okay at first, but they go to sleep down below. They wake up, and they are all being poisoned with poison gas. They are able to break their way out from below, kill the crew up top, and they are able to rescue another ship, and then eventually they catch up with the 3rd ship, but all of the mercenaries on that ship have been killed by the crew. They don't know exactly why this was done, what's going on. They know that the ship captain here received like orders from Karen itself, like the council or the church. So they know that some bad shit is going on and that they've all been set up here. And they take their dead and they burn them along with one of the ships in this great funeral pyre. It's a good death scene. Like, I think Kassan has a good death scene and all that, and this is also done well, but that's it. We are done on page 97. So there was like a little movement with Forian, but are we going to get the why? Like, why is all this happening with Forian? When does he kind of come into things? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I did like this on page 102. Old tale from the valleys, Halvar said at last. They say when a heron cries before the sun, it means the river's hungry. Asloff frowned. That's not comforting. Wasn't meant to be. A little more down the page, they found his pail floating near the causeway. Never found him. Asloff gave a nervous laugh, then looked down at the water and quickly away. That's not funny, he muttered. Halvar didn't smile, didn't say it was. Oh, so they get back to the camp. Kassan's personal belongings were strewn everywhere. Chests were splintered open, their contents plundered. His chamberlain was murdered. And also the 2 young pages were killed as well. So this is the work of Solarin. So maybe, Solarin should have been killed. Maybe he should have been dealt with when you had the chance, just do it earlier when Kassan was alive and as the commander of the army, maybe there would have been a bit of a civil war, a fight, but you could have done it, I think, with, relatively little loss of life here. The Pages was able to, because he has flesh under his fingernails, scratch one of his attackers, and then Solarin shows up and one of his henchmen has a scratch on his cheek, and the father of the 2 Pages who was just murdered attacks. Then he is cut down in front of Marius. Okay, and then Marius is like, one day, but not today. Why not? The other commanders here are no friends of Solarin. They all strongly hate and dislike the man. It's just kind of we'll get to it. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna deal with Solarin. I feel like Solarin is, a kind of a mid-tier enemy or so, not like a bigger final boss. He's a worm. He's kind of greasy. I feel like he should be dead at this point. And it's just kind of he's not an Obadiah from Sharp. That man, he had class, but he was also scale to scale. He did less damage, he also probably lived longer than he should have. Oh, and then when the commanders are all meeting, talking about what they should do in the aftermath of Kassan's death, Solarin says, "And, as you well know, Lord Kassan named me his successor in private council a day before his death." And everyone cries out, "Bullshit, bullshit." And this one man, Tebaldus, says, "He told us plainly that command would pass to me in the event of his death." And the others support Tebaldus. You know what I mean? It's alright, why is now Solarin is just openly lying to the other commanders who already dislike him? He's already trying to pull evil, treacherous bullshit. I don't know about army commands, but if you do lie in the armed forces, I mean, there has to be some type of punishment for it, right? I don't know if that's necessarily grounds for execution, but bearing false witness, that has to do something. And I know he's a nobleman, so it's not just an army like modern day, but still, there would definitely be repercussions for this. Oh, and it's cool. The chosen host is forming up again. They have these huge beasts covered in thick plate-like scales, and some of the guys over there, they have crystalline armor, which is neat. And we see, I think it's a dog that's the chosen host magically possessed and was spying on them, and then it disappears. Oh, and alright, so they have an emergency backup plan where there's a dam, right, and it's positioned over the course of the battlefield. There's the river, there's some lands, there's the fortress. On the other side of the river is the chosen host, but if things are going to hell, they can blow the dam and wipe out a bunch of the chosen hosts, so that will be a backup plan. And to raise morale, Livrin comes out and blesses the men of the crusade and says that the great patriarch lifted his ban on all those who fight, so everyone who fights and dies here today will be ascended right to heaven and such. And it is a lie. Marius knows that the great patriarch made no such proclamation. And now we have the Battle of Ersford again. I do think it's kind of cool. They do have these great lizard beast things that have towers that were not strapped on but grew from them flesh fused with wood, which is kind of cool. They're living, breathing siege towers and such. It's another battle scene. I'm not going to go page for page, punch for punch the battle. It's neat. They're holding the river a bit. They're getting pushed back. They have their gun emplacements. they're having trouble with the great Drake beast, so they have to use some old ballistas to be able to pierce them. Oh, and I totally forgot about this. This was like actually really fucking cool reading this, but on 136, there's a giant that appears in the horde of the chosen host, and this is Naranos, who was mentioned in previous books as being one of the Justicari, or Justicar. So this is fucking sweet. He catches a cannonball in the air and he hurls it back and it blows up a cannon. And yeah, it is awesome. Some men charge him and they're not, like, he's not immortal. Like, the charge does wound him. But Marius, he has the great shield and the sword, so now he's battling Naranos, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be enough because Naranos knows, like, the magic bullshit that went into the shield, so he can undo it. So it's all going to hell, and then they decide to blow the dams because they're about to be overrun. Kastan, that is the name of the warden. I was getting it confused in my head with Kasan, who was the lord who just died in the Unicorn Waste, but the warden, Kastan, I don't know where the fuck he is. I think maybe he is escorting Marius's wife off to the lands of Lord Kasan where she could be safe and give birth to their child. I believe that was where he is. Otherwise, I have no fucking clue where he is. I totally lost track of him. There's a lot of named characters. And in the aftermath of the battle, Livrin, he has been healing a lot of men, and it seems like he healed too much, and perhaps he can't heal anyone with magic anymore. Technically, the chosen host has been stopped for now, and a lot of them have been killed. Marius is alive. They bring him back inside the fortress, and he also has the standard, right? This another sacred relic that he finds on the battlefield and is able to bring it back. And things are not going super because the chosen host, they don't really waste a lot of time, and in fact they are building a bridge across the now Great Brown Lake, so they have been deterred but not defeated and will probably cross in 2 days or less. They've decided that they need to withdraw, and some men will be left behind to hold them for as long as they can. Okay, so that's it. They are now withdrawing. I felt like, yeah, some of the reveals were just a little awkward. A lot of characters, not much progress for some characters. Very cool battle. The reveals about the chosen host, that was cool stuff. I like that. I felt the pacing was all good there. I feel like some characters have lived longer than they should, right, in terms of what they've all done. Oh, okay. At the very back, we have Dramatis Personae. I felt like this could have been put up in the front because we have here the Karen Crusade and then listing all the commanders, listing all the men. Then we have Miramar. We have the Grasp and the men there. We have the old powers listing like the Justicars and some of the, artifacts and such. So I get not putting up characters and such in the front if they are going to be spoilers for this book. But, since it seems like it's going to be a rather long series, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But, this little refresher could be put up at the front, and then new additions, characters and such could be at the back, and it'll just be like, yeah, I think this is nice for what it is, but I already read the fourth book, I just went through the entire book, so I don't really need to see all these character names and such when I've already done the book. But if I just read the first 3, and then this is at the start, then I can just go like, oh, okay, yeah, I don't know all these characters. I probably don't need to know all these characters, but, I have an idea of where everyone is in the world and such, and sort of their placement. But, yeah, that's probably a little suggestion there. Start to get, some, I understand you're not going to, show your entire hand at once, but we could use like a big reveal and then, yes, go from there, because I don't think we've really had any large reveals. Not like gigantic, right? And I feel like there are going to be like a few really big reveals, and I could use one for the next book. Definitely looking forward to more of that from Marcus Jones. Sleep Capricorn by Jack Norman, our next title. All right, so apparently the title, it's set in Central and North Queensland, which is the Tropic of Capricorn, so we get that part of that. And the stories are deceptively realist, Strayian dreamscapes, evoking Carver, Steinbeck, Patrick White, blah, 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 blah. So there's the title. That makes sense. We have a bunch of praise on the back from various people. Some of them I know, some of them I don't. So, another anthology. I will say, going forward, boys, it's not that I dislike anthologies, but I have a lot more to chew on with books and such, so I feel like it was kind of overdone. Nothing against any particular anthology writer or writers in this volume of Not a TROUGH, but too many anthologies for me, because we have Arcane Shot and Times of War Part 2, those are the only ones out of 6 that are not anthologies. So I think we're going to go with the reverse. I think anthologies can be no more than 2 books per Not a Trough, if not less. So no more than 2, right? But it can always definitely be 2. But no more than that. I think they should be spaced out more. It's not that, yeah, I think people are doing bad jobs or anything. But I have a lot more to discuss with full-length works. So that will be standard going forward. So the title makes sense. We have a hand grasping something on the front. We have, a road, some trees. There's, I don't know, it looks like a plow, rope or something. Maybe it's kind of leather, like a bucket thing, a little trough maybe. And then this hand is grasping a wooden something out of the earth. It doesn't look like it's necessarily a tree. Maybe it's a trunk, kind of a bulbous trunk and something out of the earth, and it's ripping it up. I don't like the cover here. I don't know. I don't know what the character's fucking grasping. Maybe this is some Australian plant or something, or it just looks weird. I don't know. It looks fucking odd. I'm not sure I really care for it. And what does this really have to do with, like, family and Australia, suburbia, and death and all that? I don't really know. Now, about the contents of the book itself, we have 8 stories spread across 158 pages. I found that I enjoyed a good amount of the stories. I thought some of them were just all right. They were good enough, but not really favorites. I would say I would not give the same praise for this as Raw Egg Nationalist or this Emily K. Sipora or Alex Prestia of Minimag. I would probably give this book a yes, the sound of one hand clapping. Which, of course, I don't know. I feel like if you do a second edition, you could probably put White Pill Media, the sound of one hand clapping. I feel like that would be snug, but it would fit. So maybe think about that. Like, cut this Raw Egg Nationalist crap in half, and then just the sound of one hand clapping. Put that in there. But that's what you get. Not both hands clapping. I would also say that I don't think Jack Norman would survive out on the Yabba, and reading Sleep Capricorn was like watching Jack Norman try to kill a kangaroo.
What's the matter, teacher? You're scared?
It's only a baby. It's badly wounded.
Have a go, you mug! Come on, Johnny! Come on, Johnny! Go get him! He's trying to dance with it! Come on! I got it through! That's right, Johnny! Trying to beat the thing to death. Hey, that's right, teacher!
Oh, you can watch Wake and Fright for free on YouTube. It is there, the entire movie, so you can do that. I would say it's definitely a comfy, cozy watch, and you should definitely watch it with your wife or girlfriend. They would really appreciate it. And yeah, just it's a really cozy film. They would definitely enjoy it. Our first story, Beg Love, Beg Boredom. I would say this is the strongest. Maybe there's some debate around there, but it was my favorite. It's like top 2 for sure. We begin with our main character reflecting about his night of conception, how his father was playing the latest edition of Sega Sports World Series Baseball on the Sega Drive, and how his mother kind of had to literally drag him away from playing video games so that they could go have sex. And how later in life the mother would repeat this story in front of others, and that she knew that it embarrassed him, and that she feels owed a certain level of satisfaction for the patience he had to demonstrate. Our author talks about our natures. They have the right to be what they are. It is the only way they are delivered to us. Which we will circle around to this again, but I don't know. White Pill Media thinks that perhaps the mother had a point here and there and perhaps was owed a little something, but we will get back to it. Sorry, let me set the scene further. The father is currently dying in the hospital, and he's reflecting on these things to his son, which I'm assuming is Jack Norman. Otherwise, I don't know. It feels like there's a bit too much voice in here for it to be completely fiction, so I don't know if it's like directly from his life or inspired by events in his life, but certainly feels that way. The father could be obsessive. He was impressionable. He would watch Twin Peaks a lot, and the mom had to burn their VHS copy of Twin Peaks, and the father chased her around the house. And he keeps wanting forgiveness from his son for his behavior in his past, especially on that night. He keeps dwelling on it over and over. The mother in the past would challenge him over not loving them in a down-to-the-bone kind of way, which perhaps there is some reality there. All right. I keep saying we'll get to it, but we will get to it, boys. We'll get to it. So I do think it is fucked up that he keeps apologizing, especially for this night, over and over on his deathbed. That is screwed up, and especially how the mother would take pleasure in telling groups of strangers maybe not necessarily strangers, but still, this is something private that you wouldn't share outside the family. You probably shouldn't even share it with your children. It should be a spouse-to-spouse kind of thing. And she would tell everyone this story and kind of relish it and humiliate the husband for this. The father would apparently also refer to the son by this name, Shimi Ruse, or just Shimi, so much that I began to fear he had forgotten my real name, and he wouldn't give it up until I started crying. So I don't know how I would classify the dad. I would say some level of neurotic, right? There's something a bit off there. I don't know. I'm not trying to say autistic in a mean way, but yeah, maybe like literally autism, where he's kind of obsessing over certain things and maybe doesn't understand certain social cues and such, but there's something a little off there, and I would say that it's probably not easy to build a life with someone when they have these neurotic tics. It would certainly be difficult to live with them all the time and to just work around them and all of their... There are good qualities, obviously. The author talks about good qualities of the father, wanting to fix up bikes so he could take his kids out riding on them, all that. He could be very passionate and care, but definitely a bad side to it, and we certainly do see the bad side. There's definitely there's worse things later on in the story, but it's not all gravy having a partner like that, obviously. Women and men, obviously, we handle like aggression differently, right? For men, it would be more like overt, like I might smash something or hit something, but for women, right, she's kind of voicing her annoyance and her anger at her husband by humiliating him in this way, which I obviously don't like. I don't enjoy that, but that's kind of just a female behavior, you know? This is how a woman would kind of get her aggression out towards him in this very public way. I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying it makes sense to me that she would behave in this manner. Father keeps asking the son to forgive him. He wants him to assess his quality as a father. He's not really sure how to judge his father, or if he can really judge his father in this way, because, I mean, obviously he owes his life to his parents and everything, but he also has memories of his dad locked up in his office with noise-canceling headphones playing EVE Online. I don't know, right? I mean, he also talks about his dad, you know, telling them bedtime stories and such, so there's something, but I think you could safely say that the dad could get pretty absorbed in, I don't know, maybe it is autism, right? Like more of a interest in obsession with things rather than people, right? I don't know. I think that is an autism trait. I will say this about the dad. This was nice on 21. He started listening to Rush Limbaugh, and he began blaming things like roadworks and the traffic conditions on the ragheads and the petrol prices on the Democrats. So that's cool. The dad also watched Leaving Las Vegas, Casino, and he starts behaving like the characters from those movies. And the mom would do her best to not notice or say that it was normal, and she would just be in on the joke for as long as she could. But yeah, I think that's a higher stress environment than perhaps you signed up for when you got married, you know? I think that's a little out of the ballpark here. Autism, this is on 22. Father, get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you. Mother, come on, it's getting late, time for bed. Father, later, that's the only reason. Without me, you personally, every fucking wise guy still around will take a piece out of your fucking Jew ass. White pill media is deciding to believe that I don't really remember Casino, and perhaps there is a Jewish woman in the movie, so I am deciding to believe that the father's acting out that film and is referring to the mother as a Jew because there's a Jewish woman in that film. Because otherwise we would be saying something else, you know, about the parentage of Jack Norman and white pill media in this fragile, you know, newfound hashtag mental health. You know what? We're choosing to believe that the father's acting right now, and he's not really saying what white pill media thinks he's saying. So it's a joke, it's a game, it's not really happening. But yeah, the dad's not like punching holes in the wall or like shattering stuff like the protagonist talks about other kids at school describing their fathers, but I don't know. That seems like a kind of unstable home life, at least. It would kind of put you on edge a bit more, right? The father is obsessed with recalling all of his worst moments in life. The mother prefers not to remember anything. We have that. The dad's also really into cricket. The dad starts just fixing up bikes. The mom destroys it because he was going to take the kids out on the bike. And to be fair, I don't know. Maybe the dad would have been perfectly safe taking the kids out riding, but maybe not. Friends of the dad come over to the house and they're all working on their bikes together. The men also bring their sons over to play. Our young protagonist is playing fighting games with the kids. He begins to resent them, and they start to push him around in his house. And all right. So they are switching controllers. They're trying to do a turn-by-turn round-robin system to dictate the controllers instead of merit-based die-by-die system, which they already agreed upon. So he refuses to hand his controller over to this other kid, and it's really fucking brutal here. It's kind of nuts where, I don't know, I never really had a fight comparable to this as a kid. Not really. I mean, definitely getting mad and getting in arguments with friends, but not anything like this. But maybe they weren't exactly like good friends or anything. Kids are fighting each other. They are even grabbing at each other's testicles, kicking each other in the chin. His teeth sliced through his tongue. Jesus fucking Christ. I took the PlayStation controller and began to bludgeon him with it. Oh, and he chases the kid out back into the garden shed, and he shuts the door behind him to stop him from pursuing him. And then he locks him in there, so he's trapped and banging on the shed door. And then the other fathers show up. Not his father. His father is busy with the bikes, even though the other dads came over when they saw there was a commotion and the kids came to get him. I think that his dad would have noticed or, should have done something. Jack Norman calls for his dad. He's told his dad is busy. So he lets the kid out, and then the father of the kid in the shed ends up smacking him, and he's spanking him. The other kids start kicking him in the ribs. He calls for his dad, but the air compressor's running really loud, so his father can't hear it. And he starts crying, and he says he wants to go to bed, and the man picks him up and then locks him in the garden shed. And he's screaming for his father to let him out. But his dad doesn't come to get him. I think it went too far with the biker dad beating up Jack Norman to get, revenge for what was done to his son? Yeah, it went too far. I also think kicking a kid in the chin so hard that he pierces his tongue and then bludgeoning him with the controller means that, Jack Norman should have been beat up a bit, right? I think it went too far. I think locking him in the shed went too far, but you can't say that biker dad didn't fight for his son, that he didn't protect. Well, it's not really protection, it's just revenge, but he did what he's supposed to do. Someone wronged his child and he got revenge for it, right? He came to rescue his son out of the shed. He spends hours and hours in there. He is listing off advertisements and movies in his head, and he probably naps for a little bit. The mother opens the door with her key and pulls him out into the yard. All right, and he says that there's a full moon out at the top of 33, so he's been in for a very, very long time. His mother could hear him. She heard the initial fighting and knew that he had been locked up in the shed and had decided to leave him out there all day. Kind of seems like the mom is doing a kind of a similar, rubbing your nose in it like she likes to do with her husband, right? So it's a way to humiliate him a little bit for his actions like she does with the father. But I will say this for Mommy Dearest, she does come out to rescue him from the shed. She does eventually come and get him. That's very important. And he asks about his father. Did Dad go away with him? No, he's been inside playing video games. Really, his friends all left without saying goodbye. This is really fucked. They find the dad cross-legged in front of the television, mashing the buttons on the PlayStation controller. Again, right, hours and hours and hours have passed. All the guys that you were working on bikes with have left. Even the dad, who's probably somewhere on the spectrum, would have noticed this. There's no hey, I left my son to play with your kids. Now everyone is leaving all of a sudden. Why are you guys leaving? Oh, the boys got in a fight. Even if the bikers left without saying a word to him, you would probably inquire, with your wife or your son, why the hell is everyone just leaving all of a sudden? Oh, well, there's a fight. Well, is my son okay? What's going on? I found this to be like really, really fucked up here. I don't know. I found the dad to be definitely more on the not redeemable scale. Just kind of a very frustrating autist that you have to tolerate. The mother's calling for him, but he isn't interested. He wants to play video games with the dad, and the dad says, your mother said you had a falling out with those boys today. We had a fight over the game, and says, yeah, you don't take shit from anyone, do you? No, I said, trying to mean it. That's a good boy. You're a lot like me like that. The dad knew that there was a fight, and he didn't bother to go check up on his son. Like, maybe he didn't know that his son was locked in the shed, but, oh shit, my boy was in a fight? Hey, let me go up to his room and make sure that he's okay, that he didn't get too roughed up. It's like, he knows that there's a fight. He doesn't check on his son. He leaves his son out in the shed, or at least he doesn't bother to inquire about the whereabouts of his son for hours. And the mother's not great, but she gets him. The dad, 100%, would have left him out there all fucking night without making the effort to go get up and get him. I'm sorry, but if we're just ranking the parents in terms of who provides better for their children, the dad's like at a fucking 0, right? Like, holy shit. Okay, maybe the dad shouldn't be on his deathbed thinking about that one night of conception. All right, well, one, White Pill Media is not really a forgive and forget type of guy. I'm kind of a you wronged me once, I'll kill you type of guy. That's kind of my personality, right? That's a fun quirk. But Jesus Christ, that's a horrible father. That's so neglectful. And all right, yeah, maybe he's neurotic, so he's not deliberately trying to be a bad parent, but the results are the same. I get the son wants to spend time with the father, but I don't think, he's like, yeah, I mean, these people have habits, you know? It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, have a bit of bitterness here, right? Like, the dad should feel, hey, kind of bad about this. This was, yeah, like borderline unforgivable for how the dad behaves. I don't know. I mean, there's probably a lot more events where the mom had to put up with behavior like that, but that's nuts. That's nuts. I get, right, all right, he's your father, right? There's good memories, there's really, really bad memories like this one, and you don't want him to feel shitty as he's dying and passing into the next life. But, you know, you could think to yourself, like, yeah, you did fuck me up there. You did a really, really shitty job. I don't know. I think I don't burn bridges fast, but I do hold grudges. Like, you wronged me here. We're not good, right? You have to make amends. Yeah, alright, call me a simp, call me whatever the fuck you want. I'm on Team Mom. I don't care that the dad plays video games, and that's cool, bro. I think it's, what good is he as a father? Like, genuinely, I can't be bothered to put the fucking controller down to make sure my son is okay. A man assaulted my child and locked him in a shed, and I'm not going to do anything about it. Even if he feels that his son was in the wrong in the fight, and it seems like he doesn't feel that way, he thinks that his son did well, right, in fighting all those boys, you still have to confront the other dad who put hands on your child, right? Or, I don't know, you have to do more than the literal fuck all that the dad did. I would say good for Jack Norman. You definitely made me feel things, right? We're only 34 pages in, and yeah, that's definitely strong. That's very, very good that you made me feel such conflicting emotions, or such powerful emotions. I don't think this is something that personally I could ever really look past or forgive. Like, hey, we're not good. You can die in a hospital alone. I don't care. I wasn't trying to revenge us or torment him or get anything over him in the last seconds. No, time and attention took him his whole life, but we all meet the same end and we prove ourselves just by enduring it. I admonish no one for their proclivities. Okay, I get it. And I wouldn't try to, like, humiliate or bully someone as they're dying. I would want them to be comfortable. But yeah, I think you can have a little bit of resentment here, you know, personally, and not shove that in your dying father's face. But I think that's very bizarre to just let it go. Like, good old dad. What the fuck do you mean, good old dad? Left you in a fucking shed. Are you joking? What is this, like, Buddhist Jesus Christ crap? Alright, other things with the mother, right? Just, she's apparently obsessed about the news, like global news at the end of her life. And the son is a fuck of a lot less charitable to the mother than the father, which I think is just bizarre, right? I think that's just kind of crazy. I hoped for her sake that she let it drive her to madness before she was gone. Jesus fuck. The mom got you out of the shed. At the very least, she got you out of the fucking shed. I don't know. I obviously don't think the dad was 100% wrong, like, all the time. It seems like he did have some passions. I think he did, right, love his family and kids and such. But yeah, you know, from what I was shown, what I would say he's a more neglectful parent or difficult to be around. Yeah, 100%, 150 fucking percent. Yeah. Oh, and he talks about playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, and I have not played these games. I feel like I should at some points, but he thinks of this old woman that joined your party at the beginning of his mother. He was often cruel to her to preserve something of their relationship in this last save file. And that's it. The mother is trying to die quietly and not make a big deal about it. Kind of, you know, opposite of the father, who wants to confess, wants to be forgiven, all of these things, while the mother's really trying to make herself as small as possible. The story definitely made me feel a lot. I don't think I can agree with the author's view of the mother being so much worse than the father. Maybe there was a lot more, but from what I was shown here, I completely feel the opposite way. I think I have a tendency to demonize my mother too. I do remember when I got my house and I was working a lot at the time, like 60 hours a week for UPS, and my mom's like, hey, because I didn't really have any furniture, right? And she's like, hey, I can find furniture for you online. I know you're really busy with work. I can handle it. So it's like, okay, thanks very much. All that furniture we picked out for you, it's a housewarming gift from me and your father. And that was great. You know, it was very out of character for my mother. And a few weeks later, so I played chess a little bit when I was younger. I thought it was kind of fun, right? But I wasn't really into it. But everyone in the family was like, oh, White Pill, you know, the little chess player. No, you know, I thought it was kind of fun sometimes, and that was kind of it. I don't give a fuck about strategy or anything. It was just kind of an enjoyable game to play every now and then. But that's all of my feelings about chess. But she's like, oh, we're going to this chess place, and like, oh, pick out a chessboard that you like. So I did. And then on the drive back, it was actually, White Pill, the chess set is going to be your housewarming gift, which was about $150, I want to say. And she also said that the furniture, which was about $4,000 in total, is something that I can just pay her back. And I had a bank account, right, with my mom, like, before I was of age to have my own bank accounts. It was a parent-child bank account thing, so she had access to it. And she said, oh, don't worry about it. I'll just take out, you know, the $4,000 that you owe me in installments of $500 a month. So don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Yeah, that was very good. Maybe my mother is kind of a cunt. You know, it wouldn't also be fair to say that every interaction with my mother has been bad. That's obviously not true. but I probably tend to demonize her just a little bit. Oh, what's that? We have Jack Norman here with his mother. They actually decided that they want to do their, bit right now, talking about the collection of works here. I thought they would come in at the very end when we wrapped everything up, but actually, it's specifically after this story. Okay, yeah, please, take a seat. So I'll have them come in. We'll talk about the story. I don't know how long it'll go on for, but yeah, big round of applause. I'm really glad that they could come in for this. This is really special, you guys.
You cursed your mother, blessed nun.
She had it coming. You both did.
I didn't bring you up like that.
You're a fake. That's how you brung me up. Fuck the two of yous.
Sir, you're special.
Alright, so yeah, really glad that they could come. Awesome stuff from Jack Norman and his mother. Really great. Next, we have the lifetime member. Okay, so we have Lionel, who is an older man. He is dying of cancer. His family decides to throw a surprise party for him at this country club thing. White Pill Media wouldn't even be allowed to take out the trash at a country club, but this is nice. His immediate family is very concerned about him. His children, grandchildren come into town, and it's supposed to be a big surprise for him here. And at the cricket club, they decide to make him a lifetime member. I didn't have incredibly strong feelings here. I don't think it's a bad story. I think it's well done. But I didn't have nearly as volatile of emotions as our first story. His son tries to speak for his father, and his son brings up little episodes from, memories he has of his father, other speeches, friends and such come and talk about him. Yeah, that's essentially the story here. I think it's, fine. Give Me the Final Say is next. We have Bartholomew Grant. He is a older man. What was this one exactly? Okay. Yeah, he's very old. He lives in I suppose we are in a little cul-de-sac because the houses are relatively close. No, they're not relatively. They are rather close together. Okay, so the old man, he's out. It's a very hot day. He's doing this great clearing of his yard, working out in the sun. His neighbors are concerned for him, especially a female next door neighbor, and he's like, hey, come in, let my kids take care of this for you. His son Mark calls for him, and he doesn't bother to get the phone because I guess they have a rather strained relationship where nothing really of value is said. And it does seem like cancer because he noticed John was eyeing the long scar on his scalp. So, I don't know, brain cancer? I guess maybe it could be skin cancer on his head. Probably something with the brain. His daughter does come by to speak with him. And, right. He is back from the hospital. He wants to go back to normal. His wife has also passed away sometime in the past and doesn't really want to be babied, wants to feel like a younger man. He doesn't want to feel vulnerable, weak, that he needs to rely on people to get by, but obviously, he's still rather strong and vital, or whatever word you want to use for it, that he's able to clear his whole entire yard by himself, and it's like a rather large yard with a lot to do for it. Oh, and there's a young couple next door, right? And he speaks with Bart a little bit. They don't have much of a relationship, but he likes listening to them. Just that youth, right? That Bart has a girlfriend or a wife, I forget, and I don't know. I thought this was a little fucked up, but listening to them get intimate, which I think is maybe a little too far, but lonely. He's never going to really have this intimacy again. He'll never have this youth again. He'll never have these moments with his wife again, right? So I don't think it's like in a creepy way. He fantasizes about his wife, and in the end, he is old, right? He is old, he is alone, he is very isolated. This is also shown with him waking up while everyone is still asleep. He's kind of existing, right, in this, I don't know if you'd say pre-dawn, but you are just kind of alone in the world when you're up before everyone else is up. You're experiencing, I don't know, your surroundings, your reality, it's this uniqueness, right? But the more people that are added to it, the more people that can experience the same reality, then it's not your reality anymore. It's something that you're sharing with people. But him being by himself, right, he gets to experience this little world, I guess, these memories that he can't really fully share or express with others either. I don't know. And I know I say I don't know a lot as a place word or whatever. And I say or whatever too. Fuck off. Next. Hunageddon. Hu-in-jin. Hu-en-den. Okay. Just call it Yabba. Just call it the fucking Yabba and have like some fucking Wake and Fright stories, huh? How fucking hard is that? Christ, why is it always like, why are all these stories like suburbia and old men dying and cancer and family? Where's the Yabba? Where's the fucking Yabba, dude? Yeah, whatever. We'll continue on. Okay, this is about a family. They are traveling cross country and they stop in this little town. They are here because there's a funeral, so the whole family is getting together so that they can do this funeral, and this is a dying town. So he's seeing all of his family, he's seeing his siblings, sees funerals as reunions in a way, which, yeah, that's true. Oh, his daughter was fooling around with like one of her cousins. They're not like closely related or anything like that, but there's a little family drama where it's his mother, I believe. Yeah, it's their grandmother that's dead, right? And it's his uncle, and the uncle doesn't get along with the mother, but nothing really happens between them. Is it Chook? Yes, okay. The uncle's name is Chook. And the old priest read through the notepaper in a disembodied style that drove through obvious phrases meant fondly or to poke fun. I'll have a little something to add there at the end. Chook and the mother seemingly make up, so that's alright, that's something there. And yeah, our last paragraph, Hunageddon would be thoroughly outlasted. There are only a few souls left. There we go. It's still a dying town, but they still did honor by it here. This one was just okay. It did kind of remind me of my Uncle Mike, so briefly, I will get into this a little bit. It was several years ago, and we were at a wake for someone. I don't think it was a direct family member, but my Uncle Mike was there. He was kind of sick at the time. He was going through dialysis for kidney failure. Uncle Mike was not like a really, really heavy-set guy, but a little fatter in his old age. He had these really thick circular glasses. His face, it was kind of like a fat catfish almost, but it was like friendly, right? It was a pleasant face. But at the time, I was like a quote-unquote writer, meaning that I was going to be working on the comic book thing, and I would tell people in the family and outside of the family that I was a writer, even though I wasn't really. And my Uncle Mike's like, hey, nephew, I've kind of wanted someone to write down my life story, would you think about it? And I said, geez, I don't know, Uncle Mike, I'm not a very good writer, I don't know if I'm really the guy for it. But he said, oh, just think about it. I'm like, okay. Anyways, like 4 months later, Uncle Mike died. No one thought that was going to happen. Everyone thought he would live like quite a bit longer. So, no, I never wrote down Uncle Mike's life story. And it's something where it's like, I think about it every once in a while and I feel really, really fucked up. But yeah, it did not happen. Anyways, Uncle Mike, from what I knew of him, like before the funeral, memories of him, I remember we would go over to his and my aunt's house when we were really young, and we would do trick-or-treating over there. Just nice October nights. I remember just really long streets over there, and it was always a good time. I remember drive-in movie theaters. We would go travel to them and then go to the movies, and that is like real Americana, the drive-in movie theater. I don't think Europe has any. Canada might have some. Australia maybe. I don't know, but that's really a American thing, and it's great. I haven't been in a very, very long time, but I kind of want to go again sometime. Anyways, Uncle Mike, I didn't know like everything about his life. He was kind of a mystery, you know. Oh, he did have a parrot, right? It was a green parrot. It had like a red face. Its name was Retro, and it could say retro and it could say hello. I don't think it could really say anything else, but there was also this photo of Uncle Mike, and he had worked on cruise ships for a few years, and there's this picture of him in this white sailor uniform, and he has retro on his shoulder, and I think he's smoking a cigarette, and he's wearing like his thick circular glasses. But anyways, okay. Uncle Mike dies, right? We go to the funeral, right? And there is, so, you know, we're greeting everyone. Uncle Mike was not my uncle by blood. He was uncle by marriage. And I know most of the people there, I never really knew Uncle Mike's family. They lived a few states away, I think. And there's this one woman in particular who is like in her late 30s, early 40s, and she's greeting people. She's by the casket. My uncle Mike and my aunt, they had one kid, right, who was my cousin. And my cousin was like 10 plus years older than me, like really big age gap, right? And so I asked, like, hey, who's this woman? Right? I don't ask her, but I asked, like, my mother, and she goes, that's Uncle Mike's daughter. I'm like, what do you mean by that? And apparently this was my Uncle Mike's bastard daughter that I had no idea about, and a lot of the family had no idea about. So I have no idea what the true story is or isn't, but so my Uncle Mike, apparently he got a scholarship to be a wrestler, right, in some state many years ago. And one of the stories I got about this was he was on the wrestling team, he was doing really good, he got his girlfriend pregnant, he refused to marry her, and the college kicked him out for like bad behavior or something, because in that time, if you like got a chick pregnant and didn't marry her, I think colleges might take action against you. That's one story I heard. And then later he was on the cruise ship and whatever. Another, and I don't know if this is true, was that he was married after college. He had an affair, and this child is the product of that affair. And then years and years later, he ended up marrying my aunt, and my aunt had no idea about any of this shit. I don't know what the real story is, but it was kind of just horrible. This woman just crying at his casket, and he like didn't acknowledge her or anything like that. And it wasn't a case of that's not my kid. It was his kid, but he just didn't want anything to do with her. But here she is, and she's crying for him, and it's fucked up. Another thing, I had no idea what denomination Uncle Mike was. It wasn't Catholic. So there's some kind of pastor here who never met Uncle Mike. Look, I think it's probably tough to do a eulogy for a man you've never known, but you can just say some really generic shit like, Uncle Mike, he was a good father. Not true apparently, but you have to fucking say that, right? That's just something you say. He was a good father, a good husband, etc., etc., etc. He was a good Christian man, bring his soul unto God, whatever. That's what you say. And no bullshit, not making this up, the pastor, apparently one of the few things that, the brief life bio that he was given was that Uncle Mike wrestled in college. So then he starts getting into the story of Jacob the wrestler, like the guy who wrestled the angel or wrestled God or some shit. It's like, and Uncle Mike, he had his struggles. He was like a wrestler, and as he wrestled with his faith, minutes this went on. It's like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening here? That's not even the worst thing. After the funeral, we went back to our house to have the little, I don't know, not after party. You wouldn't not call it an after party, but like post-funeral meal and such with the family. And we're sitting around in the backyard, the men, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of weird that Uncle Mike had a, illegitimate kid and all that. Like, wow, that's strange. Said something to my cousin about, like, Uncle Mike being his dad, and he never mentioned anything. And he says, Uncle Mike wasn't my dad. And I'm like, what the actual fuck? So I never knew this because I was not born by the time Uncle Mike came into the picture. So I always assumed that he was the father to my cousin, and no one ever fucking said otherwise until this very moment. But apparently my aunt was married and her husband died when my cousin was like 2 or 3 or so. His actual dad died, and then 2 years later or maybe less, I don't know, my aunt ended up marrying Uncle Mike, and yeah, no one ever said anything to me, and it was just interesting that, my cousin never said anything bad about Uncle Mike, and Uncle Mike seemingly was a good father to him, but he's willing to be a good father to a son that's not biologically his, but he's not willing to have any type of relationship with his actual biological daughter. I don't know, right? I made up like little scenarios, like maybe he was just like an 18-year-old kid. He got his girlfriend pregnant in college. He panicked. He started work. He ran away. He's like on actual cruise ships, and that is real. But I don't know. I don't know what the real story is. Oh, but after the cruise ships, this is real. He was a manager of a Hooters, right? And I don't know exactly what that parrot saw, and it's probably a good thing that it couldn't, speak full sentences or anything. But yes, apparently he was a manager at a Hooters for a while, and he met my aunt while he was a manager at Hooters. No, my aunt did not work at Hooters. She apparently worked at a restaurant in the mall as well, and they met like at a food court or something, but my aunt did not work at Hooters, to clarify that point, boys. But yeah, that's it with Uncle Mike. A little bit of a tangent here, but I feel like Hugh Nagenden could have used a little Uncle Mike spice thrown in, just a little bit. We could have used a little of that old Uncle Mike spice. Anyways, let's never speak of Uncle Mike again. Instead, let's continue on with Fish Batter Stain. Second best for me. It's very good. It's about a very strained family life. We have a father, a mother, 2 younger sons, and a older son. The father decides to take the older son out, and at first you don't quite know exactly what the issue is, but the son is in a wheelchair. They're going out to get some fish and chips. The son's name is Wayne, and then you understand that, well, at first I actually thought Wayne was being pushed in a stroller, and he was just a really young little baby. But That is not the case. Wayne is, in fact, I guess he's in his teens or so. He's not like a full-on adult, but he's like a teenager, but mentally he is retarded. He's not capable of speech. He can groan, and he definitely feels emotions. He's cognizant of his surroundings and all that. We do have something a little odd on 93, where we have Wayne's perspective just for a minute. There's some frustration from his mother that he can't really remember colors and such or recall things. Maybe, I don't know if he was like possibly capable of speech when he was younger and he lost the ability, or he was just very young. His parents didn't quite know what was fully wrong with him, and then it was revealed later on that no, he's never really gonna develop mentally past a certain point. Oh, 96, I hated this. This was terrible. They knew about Wayne, found out about him early, chose to love him before he was born. Let's have him. It's our job to love him. Sometimes her pregnancy filled him with the fire he first lacked when they made him. Inspiration of him. Well, call him Wayne after your dad. I would personally be deeply offended if a retarded child was named after me, but that's just me. Maybe that's kind of cruel, but if you know, like, for sure that the kid is going to... I don't know, like, it's one thing if he's somewhat physically disabled, but mentally, there's nothing you can do for him, right? He is always going to be, well, retarded and never be able to, you know, be capable of any sort of autonomy. So I think that is fucked up to name him after your dad. It's good, you know, that's good writing. It made me feel something. They had the twins next. She thought they were hers. Wayne was his. Named after your dad! Exclamation point. And they're passive aggressively blaming each other for Wayne, even though we totally love Wayne. He's a problem. He's a burden. Wayne probably should be in a home or something. I remember a bit in elementary school where you would have the retarded kids with the bicycle helmets, and sometimes they would be brought into class with you and sit in the back until they made too much noise and had to be taken out. And I thought, who the fuck is this for? Right? It's not for us, the normal kids. I don't know if the retards get anything out of it except they disrupt our classroom time, but why force it? I don't know. They're never going to be normal. They're never going to have autonomy. They can't live by themselves. They can't take care of themselves. Why are we pretending? And then just forcing your two younger sons to live in a house with this older retarded child, it just seems cruel. Having sex with his wife and his weak sperm that she wipes on the side of their sheets. It didn't even leave a stain the next day. Wayne, she thought about Wayne, father's empty sperms, little fish batter stain. So having more issues with the wife has worn away the max setting on her vibrator. That's nice. That's something no one would really want to deal with, where yeah, you're going to have to change Wayne's diapers, and that's something that the father has to do. This was so disturbing and fucked up. I hated this so goddamn much. So they're eating dinner, they're watching television at the same time. He has changed Wayne, and on 99, a small bit of shit stuck to his wrist caught his eye. He barely had the chance to sit down again, but didn't look like anyone had noticed. He put down the fish and brought his arms closer to his stomach, folded them, and with his off thumb, he wiped it off, pretending to stretch, and cleaned it on the material behind them on the couch. What the fuck? What the fuck is this, Jack fucking Norman? Are you spiritually an Indian? Are you actually a fucking Indian? I cannot describe how utterly revolting this is. Like, no one saw that he had shit on his wrist. He could have very easily gotten up, and gone into the bathroom and washed his hands or whatever the fuck, and nobody would have known what the fuck happened. But what he goes with is, I'm wiping shit on our furniture. And he doesn't even say he cleans it later. He wipes human shit on his furniture. Oh, don't you see, White Pill? It's a parallel with the wife and how she wiped his sperm on the sheets, and now he's wiping shit on their couch. No, that's not fucking equal, you faggot. One, you would expect that, after having sex, the sheets would be washed. Are you gonna wash the couch the next day? Oh my fucking... Even if you were going to wash that couch the very minute, the very second after you smeared it with shit, I would just want it burned, right? I would just want that fucking burned. Oh my fucking God. I'm glad the wife is cucking the husband here and thinking, swiping and, checking out former flames to come and fuck her. Hey, baby, I don't wipe human shit on my sofa. Whoa, I got the tingles. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is fucking wrong with you, you piece of shit? No pun intended. Oh my God, maybe the retard Wayne baby is his child. Genuinely, maybe Wayne is his. So he's really insecure, thinking that, oh no, Wayne's not mine, Wayne is hers, thinking about reflecting on her in bed, looking at photos, and photos of her old lovers, and he's almost disappointed that she's not cheating on him or really going over these photos of men in bed. I think this is a good story. I would put it at number 2 for the collection. But the wiping human shit on the couch, bridge too far, man. Bridge way too fucking far. Isn't Australia, it was founded by convicts? That rings true to me. That rings true to me if this is the quality of people we can expect to find down there. No, Adonis has come to stay. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, this one we have Paul Sears. He and his wife, they're kind of traveling around Australia looking for something like a lifestyle here in this part of Australia. They want something a little different, or at least he does, and his wife is willing to go along with it. So he's able to transfer his job, and they've moved into a new house. Paul has these dreams of rats, and these rats piling up, stinking shit everywhere, crawling in and out of the house. He thinks that there are rats in the house, and his wife doesn't hear them. She doesn't think anything's wrong. And he's kind of having this midlife crisis, I guess you could say. And, alright, so he has basically a little normie, wagey job for the government here. I didn't find that there was too much for this story. He goes to a bar. He starts talking with this landscaper in town. He feels this camaraderie that he hasn't really felt before with this guy and some of the other guys. Spark of a friendship or whatever he has with the first guy is quickly swallowed up when more and more guys join the group, and now he's an outsider again. There is a decent amount of reflections on the penis in this collection, I will say that. Oh, and apparently he killed a girl by accident. He hit a rock with a lawnmower and struck her in the head, and it killed her. I mean, that is an accident. I liked this on 120, bottom of 126 to 127. Taylor said he had been driving lately. He had friends who knew the way waters went off certain beaches nearby. He had pretended not to hear Paul when he asked if he could come along someday, and pointed at the possum outside that crossed between the trees and the walls of the Metropole's mid-story. Woman in the office, her husband died. She came back to work early. Oh, and he finds the display disgusting, so he ends up destroying it before anyone arrives. He saw a rat, right, in this alleyway, and he debates asking his wife about, moving somewhere else, like just changing scenery. Again, I guess moving is his midlife crisis, and he's just seeking out someplace new. Right, we end with and asked to see what lies beyond. I thought this one was kind of dull. Happy wife, happy life. Okay. I think this is more for men that are married and such, but this is a man in love with a woman. I guess it was sweet for some people. I suppose the guy in here doesn't wipe human shit on the couch, so I guess that's a way of saying that, he's in love with his wife, that he wants his wife to be happy. So that's good, right? That's good. Townsville. Okay, officially the last story. I don't like this. This is the town is is the character here, which I think these stories can be okay, but for here, it's like little, vignettes, little snapshots of life around town and trying to sew that together into a little narrative, but I don't think I've ever enjoyed those types of stories. I think if you just focused on a character or a few characters in the town, that would give life, that would give meaning to the town, but with here, it's just, cut from here to cut to there, and here's what the landscape looks like, and this and that, and etc., etc. It's just written in a way I don't really enjoy. Oh, also, there was a storm that comes through the town, so I guess I would say the story just feels so broad that it doesn't really say enough about the town. I don't know. I feel like you could kind of do this for any place, anywhere, and it would have the same level of depth or interest for me. Like, you could take my city or that city or whatever, and then just give like a dozen little snapshots, and you would probably say that, I don't really know this place too well. So maybe you can't really know an area like that. Maybe you can only really know a place by the people that live there, that shape the area, and the area shapes them. So I would say this feels too broad to really kind of accomplish any sort of emotional pull or reaction from me. 154. Her underwear is hastily pulled aside. Unwashed fingers find her that are bound up in dirt and secretly sniffed later that evening. There we go. That's the yabba. Alright, we have a little slice of the yabba here. Oh, and then we develop a voice, like an actual person voice at the very end. We start using I. I think that's an odd choice. Maybe do that at the start or don't do it at all. That ends our collection here. I can say that this was enjoyable, right? I think our front runner is a good front runner. It makes sense that this is our lead story. Fish Batter Stain, I think, is second best. And lifetime member, it's good. Most of the others, I think, are good enough, fine. And then I would probably say Townsville is my least favorite. Family, death, Australia, suburbia, not the yabba.
A Chinaman goes to see the eye doctor. After the exam, the doctor says, "I know why you're having trouble." The Chinaman says, "Why?" Doctor says, "You have a cataract." The Chinaman says, "No, I have a Lincoln Continental." You don't get it?
I get it. He drives a Lincoln. What?
Bit above me in terms of literary analysis.
I think that I've been dead since the start. I'm having too much inside my heart, but I don't even care no more. I'm gonna dance till I end up on the floor. Yeah, love like, love like, love like, love like, oh, oh, oh. Love like, love like, love like, love like, oh, oh, oh. Love like.
Boys, we just had a lot of bullshit just then, so hopefully everything comes out okay on your end, but for me, how I typically record, and I guess I must change this for the future, is I will sit down, record for an hour, get up, do something else. I can't really just sit and talk for longer than that. I don't know, I find it too frustrating, I find it too tedious. So I'll do like something else for an hour, come back, record for an hour while the recording is still going, because I can just do a little feature in Filmora where it will remove all of the empty space. So it's like, why not just have it be recording for a few hours? So I ended up recording Times of War Part 2 and Sleep Capricorn, and the audio was like over 5 hours. Maybe 2.5 hours of that was me actually speaking. The rest was just dead air, me doing something else. I've done this before in the past where I've had 3-4 hour stretches and the majority of it is dead air, right? And then I just put it in Filmora, remove the empty spaces, and we're good to go. Well, this time I thought something seriously got fucked up because I saw on my desktop, there's the recording. I dragged it, put it into Filmora, and then only the first 5 minutes of this 5 hour recording would play. And I thought, no fucking way. Did something happen in the recording and it only captured the first 5 minutes? But I look at the file on the desktop again, it's like, no, that's 5 hours. It's not 5 minutes, it's 5 hours. I try a few things, and eventually I have to use VLC Media Player, and I turn the file from an MP3 or whatever into a WAV, and this does it. It finally works. I think the audio, not that the audio is ever good here, but I think it will be a little more scuffed than usual for Times of War and Sleep Capricorn. I think something happened to it a little bit. So, very sorry about that. But otherwise, we would not have had audio for those two books. And yeah, I'm happy to have some audio rather than no audio. But I guess from now on, we're going to record for an hour and a half tops. Stop the recording, put it in Filmora, and then, we will then record for another hour and a half. But that was scary as fuck. Yeah, woo. I don't know what I would have done. Really, it's Monday, technically Tuesday morning right now. I have work Wednesday, so I want to get this all done because today is the 30th, which means Wednesday's the 31st. So I kind of would really like to get all this shit done today, Tuesday. It's 1 a.m. now. If I record Arcane Shot and perhaps other things, I might just record Arcane Shot tonight, then waking up tomorrow, do other things which shouldn't take more than an hour, and then do the outro, which I think this time will be less than an hour. And alright, we'll still have a lot of fucking audio to, edit. But hey, I put this on myself. It's my fault. I could have gotten a lot of audio done yesterday, and I didn't. So the only one to blame is me. Anyways, sorry for the little tangent, but now, Arcane Shot, Book 1, Scourge. This is by Jordan Allen. The back cover arc, he is this bounty hunter. We are in the decimated land of Nuvaria, and Ark is a bounty hunter who is after his latest mark, Colt the Scourge. Colt both have magic guns called spell slingers. This really reminded me of the anime Outlaw Star and the guns they had in that show. Thankfully, I was not reminded of other aspects of Outlaw Star in this work. But yeah, this is a strong non-recommendation for me. So what's wrong with the book? For me, there was a pretty serious clash in terms of tone. We would have at times what felt like Saturday morning cartoon logic, and then we would have villains and bandits do very serious and very evil things. And of course, many works of fiction have lighthearted moments, darker, tense moments, but there's not such a tonal whiplash like there is here. The main villain, Colt the Scourge, the book is called Book 1, Scourge. He sucks. He is such a nothing villain. There's nothing compelling. There's nothing interesting about him. He sucks, right? That's a real shame. The world feels uninspired to me. Okay, there's like magic and the post-apocalypse. There's talk of vampires. There's bandits. There's troll things. Do a lot with that, right? And even though a lot of that stuff is familiar, you can still create a bunch of interesting scenarios and such playing around with this stuff. I felt like we didn't get any of that. I also felt that since our villains tended to side on Saturday morning cartoon logic when it was very convenient for the plot, that there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of tension. There was a lot that was teased about the world. Now, of course, this is book 1 of an ongoing series. You are not going to have all of your cards on the table at the end of book 1, but, we get little cryptic hints about the main character arc and his backstory and his past. None of that is really delved into. That's okay. And then we meet some characters who know a lot about the world before it all went to hell. We don't really learn anything about the fucking world. We get a lot of little like bait tossed over the side of a boat for us to follow along with, right? Some of the stuff you can tease and save for later, but there are really no interesting or compelling reveals in our first book. There simply wasn't enough interesting things happening for, 240 pages? Yeah, 240 pages. And Colt the Scourge isn't nearly strong enough for his own book. I don't know how much like presence a villain really needs to have in their own work, but Colt he's there at the very start, he's there at the very end, and that's really it. It's not I don't know, he just felt like a little too nothing for me. The book never quite takes off for me. It never quite gets off the ground. There are some things that, hey, maybe, yeah, this will go somewhere, this will do something in a later book, right? You might get into some interesting world shit in a later book. There's maybe some cool stuff of Ark's background in a later book, but there wasn't nearly enough interesting stuff happening in this first book. I didn't really feel much. There's not enough intrigue to keep me reading for 240 pages. I forced myself to finish it. If I wasn't really going to review it, if I was just reading this for pleasure and I wasn't going to review it, I would have stopped. I'm not trying to dogpile, but yeah, I had a lot of issues for it, so I'm laying out all the issues I had for it, and we will get into more detail as we get into the book. Also, and I understand that this was originally first released on Royal Road. I think it was released chapter by chapter on Royal Road and then taken off it to be published on Amazon. It certainly feels paced like a Royal Road book, and that's not a compliment. It's very, it feels like we're really kind of padding out chapters, padding out a word count, and we're padding it out for what? Because we don't really get any cool, great reveals that made the padding out, the build up worth it for me. Now we will get into it. And look, I like Jordan Allen. The Mutagenesis series, which is post-apocalyptic, a little darker in tone, his Hollow Realms stuff. I don't think any of those works are like perfect, but I did find enjoyable qualities in them, and I enjoyed reading them. This is something I did not enjoy. But you can check out those works if you're interested. He has a big catalog. But okay, we are now in chapter 1, The Spell Slinger. This is Arc the Hawk. He's a bounty hunter. He has the Spell Slinger gun, which, yeah, I wrote in the margins here. It's Outlaw Star, ? Yeah, it seems so. We are in this canyon. Ark is ambushing a convoy, which is being led by Colt the Scourge, who is this bandit. I thought this was kind of neat, and I wish it went somewhere, but Colt also has one of these magic spellslinger guns, and I thought, oh, that's fucking cool. There's probably a story with how Colt the Scourge got his spellslinger gun. That might make him, an interesting, intriguing villain if we went into the history of how he got it. Boys, we never get the history of how Colt got the gun, which maybe would have made him stand out as a villain. So, nothing happens there. And they shoot at each other a little bit. Colt makes the basic villain plea, like, hey, join me and we can rule together as spellslingers and such. Ark, of course, says no. He kills a lot of his men, but in the fighting, they knock each other out, and Colt is taken away by one of his men as Ark passes out. And then later he gets woken up in this cave where he's tied up, and we have 2 kids here. We have Julie and Jack. They have binded his wrists. They came upon the site of the attack afterwards, and they were looting it for shit, and they're not going to kill Ark, and they're going to let him go. It means them no harm. They mean him no harm. And he comes to the realization, unfortunately, that Colt the Scourge was not amongst the dead. So this bandit is still out there. Okay, after this, they fight a roving horde of goblins who they're short. They're not really taller than 4 feet tall. They're hideous. They're wrinkled. They have some religion in this world. They talk about Anatir. I guess that's their god. I believe there's not like a pantheon, but there's just one god. Ark is able to defeat most of the goblins, but he runs out of ammunition, and Jack comes out to save him, so they are able to defeat him, and they decide that they're going to travel together at least until they get to the next town. This is interesting that Ark the Hawk is 23. I imagined him as being a bit older. This could have been cool. I think this could have been like kind of like really interesting, and there's especially a part later on where I get very autistic and I am incorrect, but initially I thought like, oh, this is fucking cool. I also did think this was very, very extremely heavy-handed, and if it had been a little more subtle, then this could have been neat. But Julie asks on 38, what do you hate more than anything in the world? Vampires, said Ark, making Julie laugh, but when she saw the look in his eyes, she fell silent. Vampires? Asked Jack. Care to elaborate on that? Ark tightened his scarf. No, he said bluntly. I have no idea what the author was going for here. I don't know. I think I just overlooked it. It was a little subtle for my tastes, and I think, yeah, if you just have the vampires line and Ark doesn't want to talk about more than that or changes the subject, fine, good. And we know that from the cover, and it's mentioned that Ark likes to wear a scarf, that, okay, holy shit, maybe he got bit by a fucking, I guess he got bit by a fucking vampire at some point in his past. That's really cool. That's interesting. There's a story there. There's a history. But here, it's just... But it kind of gets mashed, a little just ruined by overstating it. Oh, okay. So they have a little side quest where Ark not only took on the bounty job, he also took on a job to rid this town of ghosts. So they're going into this town that's completely deserted except for the ghosts. They have to destroy some idol there, and then by destroying the idol, that'll remove the ghosts from the area. So, yeah, they have to smash the spirit idol. I think it was an okay-ish little filler chapter. I don't think we learn enough about the world. I don't know. I feel like, sure, a little filler can be okay, but we should also learn something about the world, or we should have some good character moments or something to, to help out with the filler, but... I don't know. The ghosts are just fine. They're standard ghosts, and the town is just a town. And then they are wandering around for a little bit. Julie and Ark are resting, and Jack is out walking around, and he finds this thing. It turns out to be a fucking tank, and somehow it's still operational, and he accidentally fires a shell and it blows open a hole in the side of this mountain, and it looks like there's something inside the mountain that's not just sheer rock there. It looks like it's glowing green, and it turns out there are a bunch of emeralds embedded in the walls there in this cave. And I do like that it's not just a coincidence that Ark does reflect that the tank being perfectly aligned with the cliff was no accident. There was something more to this place, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. And then we have something extremely gay happen. This is chapter 8. It's called The Emerald Master, and they find a guy. He can do magic. He can do, like, emerald magic and stuff, and he hints at shit from the old world, and he's been waiting here for things to get better, so he's just been in hibernation. And before he can reveal anything about the world, some goblins sneak in, and no, I'm not bullshitting. They throw a spear at him, and he dies and falls off a bridge. So it's a literal do-nothing, fuck-all chapter where we learn anything? Did anything happen? It's like, I bet you're kind of curious about the old world, huh? Before the apocalypse, so maybe the Emerald Master's going to tell you all about it. Oh, a goblin spear to the back. Oh my god, he fell off the bridge. Shoot. No way, man. That sucks. And all these emeralds that you could then take and support yourselves so that Jack and Julie don't have to steal anymore because they've gotten run out of a few towns for stealing. Well, it would feel wrong to take the emeralds, so we're just going to leave them. That's bullshit. Take some fucking emeralds. The Emerald Master's literally dead. You're not robbing anyone. This is just... You have to do like some plot contrivance thing where they feel like it's wrong. It's not wrong. The man who owned the emeralds is literally dead. He doesn't have a next of kin. You're in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Take the fucking emeralds. Oh, and they think that the Emerald Master's like a real piece of shit because he was just trying to live out in this cave and hibernate and wait for the world to fix itself, which, okay, that is kind of cowardly, but you're also telling someone to live out in horrific conditions with monsters and bandits and no real sign of a stable government or a community. Okay, sure, maybe you do need to be the change that you want to see in the world, but I don't think he's a terrible man, right? I don't think he's necessarily like... They condemn him a little heavy, I felt. It's like, yeah, dude, I don't know. He just wants to survive, I guess. Yeah, so a spear strikes him in the back, and that's it before he reveals anything. And I couldn't believe it. I literally wrote the margins. There's no fucking way. But he doesn't come back. He doesn't come back. And he's just dead. That's it. And it's like, no, out of respect for Minotaur, that's the Emerald Master's name. I'll leave everything as it was when he died. What do you mean? You didn't really respect him. In fact, you kind of thought of him as a coward before he died. So, whatever. That is, I don't know. Maybe like the monsters that come in are overwhelm them and they have to run. So, oh shit, we didn't grab any of those emeralds. So now we're still poor as fuck. That would be one thing. And then on 104, in case we weren't, subtle enough with the whole vampire thing with Ark and him tightening the scarf around his neck, we have on 104, why do you never take your scarf off? Asked Julie. I like it, shrugged Ark, but the twins knew there was more to it than that. Maybe we could be a smidge more subtle here. Gosh, I wonder if there's something in Ark's past about vampires, which I think is cool. I think that's neat, post-magic apocalypse, kind of Wild West setting with vampires. That's cool. That's cool. Really, that is. Just be a little more subtle. Oh, and then we finally get to Pembroke, and I don't really have anything to say about Pembroke. It's a town that is free of bandits, quote unquote, meaning there are a lot of bandit factions around the town, but there's been so much fighting over the town that they decide to not, have like constant wars to decide who controls Pembroke, which I find to be very unrealistic. Like, sure, you could have bandit factions and criminal organizations declare truces because, hey, murdering each other all the time is bad for business. So why don't we just carve out territories for each other and then everyone gets back to making money, which is what we all actually want to do. There's no hierarchy in Pembroke that we know of, that we meet, and that's also very unrealistic. Like, you have farmers and merchants and cattle ranchers. One of these groups, whoever's the most powerful, would, have the power, right? If the cows are the most valuable resource in the land, then the cattle barons would be the ones in charge. They would be calling the shots. There might not be a official mayor, but there would be some type of leader. And the bandits would probably, I felt Pembroke was very generic and basic for a town. And with all these bandit factions nearby, you would think that they would each own their own section of Pembroke, and each section would kind of, show off that bandit group's personality or flavor. Or there'd be something there. I don't know. I don't know how exactly New York works with the 5 families, but you did have these Italian criminal organizations come together and decide, hey, we all like making money. It would be better if we just officially divided things up so we stopped murdering each other over small petty shit and we could get back to just making money, right? That's all we want to do. So you think the bandits would kind of do that, or if the bandits couldn't come to terms with each other, they would be in a state of constant war, and there's really not a good reason for them to stop. And yeah, if Pembroke is so valuable, they would be taxing the shit out of the people living there, I don't know. It just, none of that really felt right. There would be some greater control with the bandits, or the townspeople would have their own faction, which is strong enough to play the bandits off each other or something. So we're halfway through the book. We're 120 pages in, and I still feel like we haven't taken off. And that's pretty serious for me. Arc has decided to go to an information broker. There's some decent humor here. I don't think it's bad. He goes to Kenneth Wormwood, and he's trying to find out where Colt the Scourge could be holed up. Now, maybe the other bandit factions wouldn't exactly like Arc, but they certainly wouldn't like Colt, who is the leader of a faction that's a rival to theirs. And if they are in a state of war, like Arc has said, then he could certainly go to another bandit faction and they would happily, give him whatever information they had. They would, right? Criminals constantly fucking turn on each other and give information to the police to try to bust up a rival. So he is going to some station and he wants to interrogate he wants to kill people there, but he wants to interrogate one of Colt's men, and then that guy will give him Colt's location. And the 2 kids have been dropped off in the town. They might be able to get some part-time work from this one store owner that Arc knows. Oh, and there's some kid here, Quentin, that befriends the twins for a few pages. And then he turns out he was using them as bait so he could rob some merchants. And yeah, that's about it with them for now. Arc has now been walking through the wasteland for 2 days to one of the outposts. Oh, and we have this. When Arc is alone on 134, he raised 2 fingers and gently massaged 2 small circular scars on the right of his neck, just above his clavicle. It was not painful, yet he winced, and then immediately tightened his scarf once more. I think this is fine. I think this is good. It's not really overstated. You could have just said, what was it? It was much earlier. It was like page 20 or 30 or whatever. Like, what do you not like? Vampires. And then he changes the subject here. He changes the subject there. And then we have this on 134. I think that's fine. I think that's good. It was, the 2 bits in between here and there where it's too much. So Arc is meeting with the bandits. He tells them that he's come from Pembroke, the local town, and he's here to give information to their boss. He is patted down and has to give up his arms. He's able to do some sleight of hand stuff to still get his spellcaster, his magic gun, in with him, but he only has 1 shot in it. So maybe this would be for a later book or something, but hunting down the vampire, or in some way has to confront the vampire who bit him or something, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe make the vampire a hot goth bitch with big titties. I don't know. That's a good book. Do that. Ark is then trying to feed the bandits here a bullshit story about a rival bandit clan that's trying to take over some of Colt's territory. So the guy here, Benson, tells Ark, hey, you're going to have to stay here while we check out this story. He also says that he's going to make a move on the boss, and this is his chance to go from number 2 to number 1. So Benson locks Ark away in a cell. Okay, alright, so locked in his cell, he reflects that if Benson wanted him dead, he'd already be dead. I agree strongly with that, and why isn't he dead? Okay, and this is something I wanted to bring up on 147. So time has passed with him being stuck in this cell. He hadn't had as much as a drip of water or a crumb of food since he was locked up 5 days ago. Okay, boys. How long can anyone go without water? So I did some marginal research for this, and from what I can tell, well, one, people can go without food for a rather long time. I think from what I remember from the Irish hunger strikes, like Bobby Sands, it was over 50 days or so. But for water, it's about 3 days. Now, again, if you're in colder climates, I think you last a bit longer. If you're in hotter climates, like a desert or a wasteland, for example, you might not even last 3 days. So let's say 3 days max, probably closer to 2 or so, because again, we are in a fucking desert. Sure, you're in the shade, you're indoors, but there's no like ventilation, there's no fans, there's no air conditioning going on, so it's probably hot as fuck in there still. So no, Ark the Hawk being without food or water for 5 days, he is dead. He is fucking dead of dehydration. And yeah, maybe that's a mountain out of a molehill, but it did really fucking bother me. And he also mentions that there was a female prisoner who was dragged in 2 days ago, and he hadn't heard from her since she was dragged away screaming, but a gunshot early in the hours of the morning told him that she had outlived her purpose. So we have bandits here that kidnap, rape, and then execute women, alright? So keep that in mind. Next page. Oh, Benson reveals that you ought to have taken off that orange scarf of yours, Ark the Hawk. You think I didn't know who you were the second you walked through that door? And did you really think I would betray Colt? So Benson knew from the very start that he was the bounty hunter Ark the Hawk, a dreaded enemy who has tried to murder his boss, and Benson has just revealed that he's very comfortable being number 2, and in no way does he want to be boss and take over this bandit outfit. So why exactly didn't you just execute him immediately? Why not when you throw him in the cell, you tell him to face the wall or whatever? It doesn't matter. Just pull your gun out and shoot him. Yes, he does have his spellcaster, which you don't know about, but it has 1 bullet. You could call in all of your bandit men while he's in his cell, and there's nothing that Ark is going to be able to do to free himself in this situation. Also, Ark says at the bottom of the page here, "It is a shame," said Ark. He stood up and staggered over to the bars, feigning feebleness. He is feeble. He is incredibly feeble right now. He shouldn't even be able to get up and walk around. This is stupid. Oh, and then Ark reaches through the bars and pulls out his gun and blows off the bandit's head point blank. And he's able to get the key from the body, and he's grabbing a gun, and then he grabs his gun and then starts blasting. And I just kind of had a question, what was the point of all this shit? What was the point of this Saturday morning cartoon villainy where, yes, we will brutally rape and then execute a woman, but we're just going to leave you in the cell when I could murder you and then bring your head to my boss, who would greatly reward me for taking care of his hated enemy. It's just kind of like really, really dumb. It's like, oh, I want you to suffer and, die of dehydration and food, because I think it's funnier than, you know, just torturing you normally. But if you're these bandits who already do horrible things, and you know he's Arc the Hawk the whole time, why wouldn't you torture him? Like, really, why wouldn't you just put knives under his fingernails or whatever the fuck you would do? I mean, what's stopping you exactly? Okay. And now, boys, here's the very autistic thing, which I know isn't true, but I kind of wish was true because I think it would have been kind of clever. So when I read this and I read that, he didn't need food or water for 5 days, I thought, holy shit. It's because he got bit by a vampire, right? He got bit by a vampire in his past, and he's either a vampire himself or he is like a half vampire now, and that's why he doesn't need to eat or drink like humans do anymore. And I thought, my God, that's kind of clever. That's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. But no, that's not the case. We are in Arc's head a hell of a lot, and that would be some real writing bullshit if Arc at no point, as we're in his head, reflected on, hey, because I was bitten by a vampire, you know, this is why I'm lasting so long. It would just be withholding information in a way from the reader that I think would be very bullshit. So I don't think that's the case at all. I kind of wish it was. That would be kind of neat. Arc manages to make his way back in town. And then on 158, he reflects on Benson. Benson, he's the perfect person to ensure their torture and disfigurement before being sent back as a warning. We're talking about a rival bandit and how Benson is a good counter to any bandit activity in Colt's territory. I suspect he thought it was funny watching me starve while awaiting his boss's arrival. Okay, if Benson is known as a really good torturer and he likes doing it, then I think he would do a little more than just, Arc the Hawk, you don't get to eat or drink, even though you should definitely be dead at this stage. I think he would be doing a little more. Oh, and then some bandits show up in town. They are Colt's men, and it's just a random chance, it's a random opportunity, but they get in a shootout, and they realize that Jack has been stolen. He has been kidnapped by the last bandit who is fleeing. So Arc and Julie get in a truck, and they follow after them. Their fuel tank gets shot in the chase, and Jack is whisked away. And I had a little issue here with 171. Colt wants me to find him, said the bounty hunter, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. This was already the plan. Arc was already seeking out Colt the Scourge. He's been seeking him out since the very start of the book. Colt is also seeking out Arc. So no one was really reluctant for this fight. Now, the stakes are higher because now Jack is a hostage, but this plan was already in motion. I feel like for this to carry a little more weight or something, that, yeah, we needed a little more going on here rather than just, I don't know. It's like, yeah, the stuff was already going to happen, you know. It's not like Arc was trying to get out of fighting Colt or something like that. He already has his, I suppose, call to action, right? So, I don't know. All right, the stakes are slightly higher, I guess. So, Julie won't go back to town. She demands that Arc show her how to use a gun, and they are in pursuit of Jack. They do some gun practice. They kill a hill giant. And then they are traveling around some more. Oh, yeah, they go into this stone tunnel, and what is it? Yeah, they talk about they drop some lore about the world, and there's apparently maybe dragons still, and then there's some little basilisks that they fight, and they've turned some people into stone. Oh, alright, and this was on 177. Sorry, I skipped over it, but we're back now. So they're talking about Colt's minions. He says Jolly Roger's going to pay the most. We've settled on that name then. It doesn't sound harsh enough to me. You've got it wrong, Julie, said Arc. You don't want to give him a basic or cool nickname. You want it to sound just goofy enough that it evokes a laugh the first few times you hear it. Our enemies must feel mocked, not emboldened. Something like Chuckles would work too. No, heartfelt, no, this is not how you treat your villains. This is compare episode 4 of Star Wars with Darth Vader. He enters whatever the fuck Princess Leia's ship was, and he's choking people out. He's a fucking badass. He's scary as hell. He's intimidating. He's our villain. Compared to episode 7, and you have Kylo Ren, and whatever that fucking pilot guy is, he mocks and belittles Kylo Ren, and whatever tension or fear is in the scene is completely gone. It's completely removed. Your villains have to be cool or intimidating, hopefully both. They have to invoke fear in our characters, otherwise they're not really villains. That's their job, right? If there's something to be mocked, if there's something to be humiliated, then I think they've absolutely failed. So maybe that seems a little small, but no, you shouldn't mock or belittle these bandits, especially when you talk on and on about them doing really horrible things to innocent people. Like, wouldn't episode 4 have been better if, like, Darth Vader was walking towards Luke Skywalker and then Luke made sounds with his mouth that made it sound like Vader was farting with every step he took? I mean, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be great? It kills the tension. It kills the tension. And we don't know Ark's past. One of the store clerks said something about a father. Julie asks about a girlfriend. And that seems to be a sore subject for Ark. But again, it's like little bits of bait tossed in. And what the fuck of intrigue did we have for this book? Colt the Scourge? Colt the Scourge sucks. He sucks. He's not enough to carry his own goddamn book. The book is named after him and he can't carry his own fucking book. Okay, and then eventually we get to the factory on 212. They infiltrate slowly. They kill some guys with stealth. And then eventually we have a showdown on the roof where Ark says, hey, are we going to talk before we do this thing? He's like, yeah, of course we will. So then Ark pulls out his gun and he shoots the man that kidnapped Jack. I did like that. Also, Jack is fine. He was a bit roughed up, but of course Jack's going to be okay. I never really felt that there was a lot of tension for anything that would happen to Jack. I always assumed that he would be just fine, and he is for the most part. So Ark is able to defeat Colt here. That's basically it. They're looting the compound for some treasure and shit, and then they get a truck and they bring it back to Pembroke. They're gonna sell the truck there. Now, to sprinkle some more lore in, Ark says, is it any wonder that magic is so feared across not only Nuvaria, but also across Maestria? We don't even know Nuvaria that well. I don't need to hear about some other land when I don't really have a good grasp on this one. And then they set out to Pembroke. So they decide not to keep the truck, and I get it, there is a lot of maintenance involved. I'm sure fuel is very expensive in the post-apocalypse. So I sort of understand why they are getting rid of the truck. Walking everywhere would not be the best choice. You would get a horse or this world's equivalent of a horse or something, because having rapid transportation would be better than having literally nothing except for your feet, right? So I find that slightly annoying. Oh, and another thing that happened at Colt's outpost was that Ark got shot in the chest and he seemed to be able to just get out of there and walk it off fine. So it really did make me think that, oh, maybe he is like a fucking vampire or a half vampire. But it's revealed on 234 that actually he's wearing some powerful body armor. So no, that further confirms that he's not really a fucking vampire. And that's basically it. We end there. The twins are going to come with Ark on his travels as he goes on being a bounty hunter and such. I would say that Colt just feels very divorced from his own namesake book. He doesn't have much of a page presence. Since this is essentially a Western here, it did call to mind Westerns like Tombstone, and I really want to watch that again sometime soon. But it just made me think of characters like Ringo and Curly Bill, and there are a few other guys, and you know, they don't have like a mountain of backstory or anything, and they don't need it. They're very good, they're very iconic. Whenever they're on the screen, you pay attention. They're great villains, right? They have personality to them. You know, I'm not trying to say that, hey, this indie book, it should be as good as Tombstone. There you go. If you want some Wild West villains, they do an amazing job with them. They would also bring up Lonesome Dove, and that's one of my favorite books. It's a great American book. It is certainly better than Blood Meridian, but I guess, I don't know, it's the new like right-wing NPC think different opinion that like Blood Meridian is like our book. Lonesome Dove is actually like entertaining and good, but it has characters that you care about. It's not just bullshit. I don't know. If we were going to make like a right-wing NPC meme, it would be Blood Meridian, it would be Dune, it would be Lord of the Rings. There are a few like little NPC takes, you could put those in. And there are absolutely very, very incredibly good aspects to these works, but this shit just gets regurgitated too many times from our side. It's a little revolting. Starship Troopers, that's there for right-wing NPC. It's kind of amazing how much the left is accused of being NPCs, but everyone on this side seems to like the same four things. But anyways. Lonesome Dove, amazing work, but we have a villain there, and this isn't really a spoiler, but his name is Blue Duck, right? And he is Indian. He's Comanche. But whenever he's on the page, it's fucking scary. Like really, whenever he would show up, he would do something horrible, or it'd be very cool, and like that's your good villain, right? He is intimidating, and he's capable, and he has like the main characters on their toes. They don't know exactly what's going to go down. They're worried about their villains. They're not sitting around the campfire making fun of Blue Duck or like his companions, right? You kind of need to pick a tone here where it's the bandits are bad, but they're not horrible, irredeemable monsters. Which is okay, fine. There are plenty of works that are great and their villains aren't supremely villainous. But you can't have bandits have Saturday morning cartoon logic at times, and then they also do all the horrible shit that they do in this work. Pick one. Either works, but you can't just mash them together and have it be a cohesive product. So that is a rather harsh review for Arcane Shot, but yeah, I think it's honest. I would not read more of Arcane Shot. Maybe later works would be more compelling. I am done with Arcane Shot. I will not be reading more. I'm still willing to read more of other works from Jordan Allen. I actually have 2 more of his on, my table right now, and that was from the Kickstarter of his I backed. So that will both of those will probably be in the next Not a Trough. So we will see how those go.
If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains around my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free as long as there's a ghost that you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts would tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind that drugstores sell. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. But heroes often fail. You won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. I'd walk away like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script. Enter number 2, a movie queen to play the scene. I'll bring in all the good things out in me. But for now, love, let's be real. I never thought I could act this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. But stories always end if you read between the lines. You know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. I never thought I could feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone, and I just can't get it back.
Boys, we have made it to our final book. We have Other Things, a collection of weird tales by C.P. Webster. We have 10 stories in here. Some of these have been previously published. One of them we just covered. It was in Bizarchives 8. The others, I felt a few were familiar, but I think, yeah, some of these have been written like over the years and published in various publications, so I wasn't 100% like, did I read this one before or not? Regardless, I felt that we had a nice collection here. So if you're interested in strange stories, weird tales, if you will, with some horror elements, then yeah, absolutely check this out. I felt the price was definitely fair, and you will get your bang for your buck. I would say the story I think is probably the best here, or at least my favorite, is The Hanging Moon. I did have a few quibbles with that one, but I think it had like the most oomph, kind of the most promise. But yeah, we have a good variety here. Our first one is Labaris. We have a English traveler. He has come to Crete. He is looking for this ancient necropolis and he wants to explore it. The locals seem to know nothing about what he's asking for, and he can't decide if they are being like willfully ignorant or maybe they just don't know because this is really fallen into ruin. But our man Widdicombe is not to be deterred, and he actually does find the little necropolis. He goes down the steps. Something bites or stings him, and yeah, he does find this weird kind of passage down there, and it's very disturbing, and something touches him down there. He's not sure what it is, but he knows he has to get the hell out of there, and he is able to escape from the tomb. It seems like everything's okay. He gets back to his hotel room, and he is dead the next day. The husband and wife who run the hotel find him in his hotel room. His door was locked from the inside, and there are cicadas crawling out of his mouth, from his nostrils, from his ears. It's very disgusting and gross. I felt like maybe vipers should have been, I don't know, like maybe vipers should have been coming out of him, because I think in the dark he was probably bit by a snake, so the cicadas feel a little like not exactly the animal motif that has been built up, because it's like the statue, the little artifact that supposedly is like related to this necropolis, and also in the necropolis itself there's that statue and it has snakes with it, so I felt maybe snakes would have been appropriate. If I overlooked something with the cicada symbolism, that's my fault. I apologize. Next is the girl at the seance. Again, we just reviewed this in Bizarchives 8. It's a good one. It's a solid one. And okay, nothing against any author or anything, but I typically never read the author's introduction ever, and I just did, and apparently the character in the girl at the seance, he is a part of some other stories that I've read of C.P. Webster, and this is sort of an introduction, so that is interesting. When you read a bunch of short stories, right, it's, oh, this one is connected to this one, and yeah. We have The Witch is Dead here. It is New Year's Eve. Our character decides that he needs to get out of the house. He needs to go out in nature, and this year he is determined to turn over a new leaf and not just give into the gray, the drab, the dourness of the season. But when he gets back from his hike to his car will not turn over, so now he's trapped, and also it starts to snow very heavily, and he is then walking through the woods trying to find his way back to civilization, but this is England, so he's not really out in the woods where you can be really isolated, like in some more kind of front, you know what I mean, like Canada, America, Australia, I suppose. But things start to change all around him, like the trees. He sees this strange house. He goes inside, and this old woman here seems like a witch to him. She gives him a stew, and she is speaking like, well, she refers to him as a squire. I don't know exactly what the time period is, but like several hundred years in the past. But yeah, she is in fact evil, and then tries to murder him, or at least that's how it appears on the surface, because then after he defends himself and kills her, things look different. It looks like a modern kitchen, and the old witch is just an old woman who is very much dead on the kitchen floor. He does not even have time to run or to come up with a plan, because men come in, police officers. He is escorted back to this very large house. It is owned by a Dr. Malcolm, and he is not a Dr. Malcolm, he is a Mr. Morton. I feel like we needed just like a little more here. I like him going out in the woods changing, and he finds himself in this different time period, killing the old woman and all that. But the ending just feels not exactly quite satisfying. I know we're doing we make a reference to Wizard of Oz here, and we don't know exactly what's going on. Maybe he's a mental patient or something, right? He's a patient of this doctor, but I mean, he did commit murder. Maybe you could argue manslaughter, but yeah, a little issue here. Rhodey, this is cool. So there is a bit of a running theme where I think a lot of these stories have a very strong premise. For the majority of them, I think they're well written. And then I find the ending to be a little lacking. A bit. And for Rhodey, we have a music journalist. He goes to interview this man who was a part of a tour that went beyond the Iron Curtain when communism was in play in Eastern Europe. And he wants to get the truth about this horrible accident where a bunch of people were killed, and he was one of the only survivors, or he was the only survivor there. Officially, all the deaths that occurred were because of a fire at the venue, but he says, yeah, that's not the actual real story. So they get into it. I'm not really in metal or anything, but there are references to all that. I assume that these are good references, and people that know metal would enjoy them. The touring is going well. The bands are playing great. And Mac even has a roadie with them, this chick that they picked up, even though she's technically not supposed to be traveling with them through various different, communist countries, but there she is. And they do have a gig in this very weird, castle thing, and the audience doesn't seem like a typical metal crowd. And it turns out that the audience is full of vampires in this castle, and they start to devour everyone. The action is all great. Mac is barely able to get away, and he's able to set a fire and get his girl out of there. She has gotten bit by one of the vampires. At the very end, he says that his girl came back with him, and he brought her home. She was bitten, and then we have the bedroom door slowly creaking open. So presumably, Mac was bit because it was stated earlier that he looks very young, like he hasn't changed much in all this time. But I suppose the vampire girlfriend is going to devour the journalist. All right, autism cap on, strap on my bicycle helmet. It doesn't seem like a very well thought out plan to bring a journalist here to murder said journalist. Said journalist has, at the very least, a boss, co-workers who will inquire as to his whereabouts, and they probably know exactly where he is, or that he at least went out here. He has friends, family, maybe children, people, right? There's a little web centered around this journalist, so just vampire eating him seems kind of, retarded. I think it's a cool story, but the ending is just, I don't know. I don't think it makes a hell of a lot of sense just to eat this guy. Salt, I think, is okay. It is just fine. We have a mansion where we have some noblemen. They're doing a bit of hunting out here. There's one man who has been having very strange, livid dreams about a ghost trying to lure him out, and no one really takes him seriously at first, but then our protagonist starts to experience the same dreams, and we have kind of a hard-ass military man who he doesn't believe in any of this shit, but he's actually there the night when the ghost comes for our protagonist, and he's able to kill it with salt cartridges in a shotgun, And I didn't know that they made those, that was real. I think that's like kind of really fucking cool. And yeah, so I think it's decent, not a favorite by any stretch, but no, I don't think it's bad. Ghost of a Fossil. So we have a old Welsh cave that's been hidden for many, many years. He's a archaeologist or a paleontologist, whatever, guy that studies fossils, but archaeologist guy. This cave has just been revealed, right? And they found this great discovery inside. It's this crustacean creature. It's like the size of a man. It's very much like sort of a hominid thing, right? And it's cool. It's kind of Lovecraftian. And they're keeping this secret for right now because he wants to do more work on it before revealing this to anyone else. And there's more to the creature. It seems like that the little cave that they found it in was really a shrine for it, and they're also not the first ones to find it, the first humans. Oh, and I like this. I thought this was really cool. The paleontologist, he found a bunch of skulls that were originally in the room with the fossil, and he removed them all. And he believes that these fossils were from the local monastery, and that the Christians had put these skulls in there to keep vigilance over the fossil. He jokes about, hey, you've probably taken away some like spiritual protection over the site. He's like, yeah, I might have just released the devil, old boy. Then he receives a telegram after he's left that the fossil, something has gone wrong there and he needs some help. So he goes to investigate the cave and he sees something in the fossil's claw, and there's a jawbone in there, and there's also a single gold tooth in the jawbone, and his archaeologist and his paleontologist friend also had a gold tooth, so he was eaten. I guess this is like a spiritual thing, but I don't know. I don't know how exactly it goes from being fossilized to being solid enough to eat something, and then back to being a fossil. Whatever. I mean, it's supernatural, right? That's fine. Don't overthink it. On Ben MacThui, I hate these fucking Scottish and Irish names. I will never pronounce them correctly. This one is solid. We have two men. They are visiting this mountain. They are supposed to do a proof of concept test shoot for a potential TV series about like going to various supernatural spots, and they want it to be more legit than other programs. They want to have it. They want their thing to have more merits than typically how these programs go. What's it supposed to be called? Paranormal Perambulations. That's it. And before they go up the mountain themselves, they speak with the barkeep there and hear his stories. They also speak with some other people that have allegedly seen this creature that supposedly haunts the mountain, and it's called the Big Gray Man. There are plenty of creatures like this in folklore where it's, like it hangs around mountains, it appears in the fog, and it's spooky. But yeah, I thought this was pretty spooky. So they do their interviews and everything, and then they go to the peak of the mountain themselves. Everything's going great. They're getting a lot of good shots for the TV promo, and then the fog rolls in. And there's definitely something in the fog, and it goes after McThomas. Hammer cannot carry him down the mountain, so he's going to go get help. It doesn't exactly look promising because it's going to take him hours to get down, and then he might not find help right away, and it just seems not good. But I do like this at the end where he is unzipping McThomas's pack and taking out the cans of film. and he is checking over the recording. He is already engrossed listening to the turning tape. I like this. He is more concerned about the recording than for McThomas himself. I think that's great. The Hanging Moon. All right, so we are in South Africa. It is 1983. We have another archaeological dig. We have an older professor and his more advanced student, and then several other student archaeologists and people in other professions, I think, like related to the field, who have come with them to investigate these caves where he's made some great discovery. This is, I think, the longest work in the collection. I felt that this was great. This is my favorite, right? But again, with the ending, I strongly felt that we were missing one scene, if not two scenes. But the build up to it, all of the writing, the characters, it was all done like rather well. I thought it was great. We did have, I don't know if this is a first time, probably not, but our protagonist here, Ella, right? We have a female protagonist, and it's different for C.P. Webster. It's different. It all feels good. The little relationships, the back and forth between Ella and the other junior archaeologists, between the old professor and uncovering more stuff about the caves and the discoveries in there. And what they have found here, it seems like there's a creature equivalent to a modern human, and you have all these chambers, and as the chambers are connected, and as they go back further and further, the chambers get larger, and it's also like you're marching back in time. The finds in each successive chamber are older and older. And it seems like there's some kind of conscious pattern to it, and they also dismiss that it could be from more modern Africans in the area, because the local Africans the local Africans greatly avoid the place. They think it's like bad supernatural stuff going on there, which, to be fair, they are probably correct, extremely correct. Oh, and they hear the shrieking of a baboon, and it's not just a normal baboon, but it's a white baboon, and it's around the dig site. Oh, and Smit is he's closer to the professor. He's also an asshole to everyone. The professor warned Ella and the other girl that Smit was kind of a misogynist. Smit here is a bit drunk at this little celebration, and he tells her that he thinks that she's in danger here and to get the hell out, but he will not elaborate further on it. He just says that there's something wrong here, something bad. Oh, and that night, the other girl, she wakes up screaming. There was something staring at her in the window, and they don't know what the hell it is. The entire house gets up, and they're going outside to investigate, and this isn't the end of it, because there's this huge crash in the house, and it's actually the old professor's study. The room is entirely in chaos. The great white baboon is here, and it was destroying all the professor's belongings. Oh, and there was something else. So Ella made note of these lines that are in the stone, that they're very old. She did a charcoal sketch of them or whatever, and there are 6 of these outline marks, and she knows that they couldn't have occurred naturally because they are so evenly spaced. And it's rather odd. She's speaking with Hans, and Hans doesn't want to think about it further because of how old these markings must have been, because that means it could not have been made by any human ancestor. It must have been made by some other form of intelligent life. And while they have found 3 chambers, they make another discovery on this day, and they find an opening into a 4th chamber, and this is the largest chamber by far. And Ella and Hans, they go and get everyone. It's this huge, vast cavern. There's this great pool of water. There's also a perfectly round globular sphere that seemed to be floating in midair on a circular island that rose in the exact center of the glassy waters. So they go and get everyone. There's the 6 of them. The white baboon is here. There is blood trickling from the lip of Hans, and the 6 of them they grasp each other's hands and they walk towards the vortex. Then this was interesting. This was kind of odd. This is the part where I feel we need a scene or two or something, but Ella wakes up. She was lying naked. She takes a jagged shard of stone. She strikes this rock surface, making 6 shallow scars, appearing in a crude, simple line. And she carves a rough spiral shape above the dotted line, which was a part of the design that she had noted earlier. She then lopes across the wooded landscape. She has turned into a baboon. Okay. So I had a few theories here that perhaps the white baboon that has been harassing them and specifically seems to dislike the professor was a former student and something happened to them and they were transformed, even though I'm not exactly sure how that would have worked because they find the opening to the 4th chamber, and I don't know, maybe I missed something, but I believe, it hasn't been opened since they opened it, so maybe that's wrong, and the baboon is just like a symbol, a guardian for this place. We don't know exactly what this place is. Are the others dead? Have they also been turned into baboons? I don't know. Also 6 of them, and we have 6 lines. Spiral in the design with the 6 lines in the spiral. I guess the spiral is supposed to be the ball vortex thing. Is this some kind of time loop? And Ella is going to be the white baboon that tries to harass the party and stop them from what they're doing and leading to this outcome. There's just a lot of unresolved questions here that wasn't exactly satisfying. It's kind of a cool end. It's a fucked up ending, but yeah, I need a little scene in between their walking towards the vortex and then this. It's just not all the questions don't have to be answered. I felt like I could use a few more questions answered there. It was a cool story. It had the longest run time. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So I wanted a little more there. This is a whisper of words. So, okay, we have a good setup here. We have a young guy and his friend. They both like working on bikes. They both have girlfriends. They're both kind of, driftless a little bit. Like they're working, they're making money. They don't exactly have great plans for the future. Kit is our protagonist, and the girl he's kind of interested in, but is also keeping at a distance, is named Michelle. At first, I was waiting for where's the supernatural element? When does that kick in? And it does kick in. So he gets Michelle and his friend Doogie and his girlfriend. They go to some live music performance, and his life, it's simple, it's cozy enough for him right now. He's not really worried about things. He's just taking it a day at a time. And then he suggests, hey, after the performance, why don't we go up to this hill? There's this old stone table up there. They're messing around, waiting for Doogie and Denise to show up. Eventually they do. So they're hanging out for a little bit, and then the other pair go back home, so it's just them again. But they're not left alone for very long because there is some light, and they think it's just some guy with a flashlight or whatever. something hits him in the back of the head, and the last thing he hears is Michelle screaming, and he's like in a, not death, but he sees, I think it's supposed to be Odin. It's kind of cool, right? It's kind of neat. Odin, I guess, has brought him back into the living world. And there's this man who is tied up Michelle, who is going after her. So he fights the guy. He thinks that he is killed him. Like, he even kicked a tooth out of the guy's head, but he's looking around after he saved Michelle, and they don't see the guy's body at all. And they then drive home after this. It, who did not feel very content with his life, like, not really pressured, but also not exactly happy at the start. Now he feels the sense of contentment, and it's a simple story, right? We have a little supernatural thing. It's not very deep, but this was satisfying. And finally, we have the Station Inn, which I thought was a simple tale, and it's fine. I think it's a decent bookend, right, to end the collection with. Premise is good, and the story itself was alright. So we have 3 characters, and all 3 characters have their own series of events that has brought them to this inn, and it's not exactly hiding it, but the 3 characters have all met their deaths in some way, and they don't quite realize that they're dead yet. And we have an old man who comes in. He speaks to each character in turn privately until we have our final character, who is extremely reluctant to go with the man, but the man is just a guide. The old man, he was, because our last character is a military man, and he references something called the Batang Kali, which I looked it up. It seems like the British killed some unarmed communists in Cambodia or some like little Asian shithole. Frankly, that sounds like super based and red-pilled, so I guess this guy's going to heaven and they're going to roll out the red carpet for him, so that's really, really cool. The Major is reluctant to go, but he eventually acquiesces to it because otherwise he will not have a guide to, show him the way. And our last line is, "Good night, gentlemen. The landlord called, coming from behind the bar to bolt the door of the pub after them. Have a safe journey onwards." It's a nice line to end the collection on. Hanging Moon, Girl at the Seance, right? It's still good, even though I read it. Witch is Dead. Yeah, I wouldn't say any of them are like bad. I wouldn't say like, oh no, I just disliked that one in particular, but I would say those 2 were the favorites. Solid, another solid collection from C.P. Webster. This is cool cover art. We have the little motorcycle. It has its headlight on and it's flashing on a Lovecraftian thing. It's a cute art style, and there's a great big standing stone in the background. The moon is out. We have the trees and all that. It's a nice cover. Boys, those were our 6 books. Now the only thing left, which some of you may have been dreading, others may have been looking forward to it, but now we are at our outro.
I mean, you have a kid, and they look at you. You look back, and you're looking at yourself, really. Or part of you plus another person. That love. I look at her eyes, man, and she looks up, back at me.
How the fuck do I put myself up for adoption?
What?
Nothing, go ahead.
She ain't adopted, Paulie.
I'm kidding. What were you saying?
My point, what the fuck? It's babies. They're the future. You realize by the time Caitlin's out of college, it'll be like the year 2027 or something?
She takes after you. She won't be out of 4th grade by then. Of course, by that time, she'll be working here, so who gives a shit?
Oh, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Oh!
Come on. We're just fucking around.
Hey, it's late. I gotta go.
I don't have, well, I have some stuff to talk about. I think what I'm going to do is save the work stuff. I'm still employed, boys. Yeah, we're making money, so that's great. But I will save all the work stuff for last. I've been working a lot lately since it's peak season, which is good, but then I find myself just, I don't know if it's me being like a little bitch or whatever, but you know, like 6 days a week, 10-hour days, and then getting home, I just lack the energy to do anything, and I just kind of veg out in front of the TV, and I'm not even like doing anything productive. I don't know, it makes me feel like shit, but that should be wrapped up, so I should be more productive and just in writing, and then just doing anything else. I mean, just watching YouTube, that's about as bad as it can get. I mean, just playing video games aimlessly, that's also just pretty bad and a time waster, so yeah. Speaking of video games, boys, I did get perfection in Stardew Valley. It was 100,000% not worth it. It's just such a money grind towards the end. Very, very extremely unfun. I also played Gothic 1. Very little of it. It's kind of a cool situation. It's a really old game, but essentially humans were at war with orcs, and there's this super rare mineral, and the king was trying to set up some magic force field there. It went wrong, and now because it was a penal colony, and now the convicts control the inside of the magic dome, and your character is sent inside the dome to try to find one of the wizards that's still trapped inside. It's cool, but it's an old game, and physically turning my character's head with mouse sensitivity all of the way up was painful. It was just so slow and jerky. I hate the fucking controls. Just trying to rebind them. Swimming, Jesus Christ, I tried to swim. What a nightmare. And it seems like a really cool world and setting. I don't think the game is bad in terms of that, but the controls and just the movement, it's too unpleasant. I cannot continue it. Kind of a shame. I also own Gothic 2, so I might try that out. I briefly turned on Morrowind. I've never played that before, and that seems alright. It came out like months in between it and Gothic 1, and the controls are just insanely better, right? It's still like not great, but compared to Gothic 1, night and fucking day. So I'm not sure. Now I have a backlog of video games. But White Pill, didn't you waste over 100 hours playing Stardew Valley when you were unemployed? Shut the fuck up, alright? Shut the fuck up. Now I want time to play video games. Also, there was one of the songs that we had in between the book review segments in this episode was from this game Little Nightmares. Never played it before, but it has a good aesthetic. I have the first and second game. I only heard about it because I got videos recommended to me on YouTube about how bad the third game is, so I didn't buy that one, but I got them on sale, and they look cool. I mean, I listened to some of the music. Music sounds good. It's like a little horror game thing, so yeah, I might check that out first. Oh, some things that I saw lately. I saw this show Father Ted, which you can find on YouTube for free. It's this old Irish sitcom about 3 priests. They live on an island off the coast of Ireland, and their antics. Some of it's funny, but I hate the laugh track, and we have 2 characters. 2 of the Father Ted is our main character, right? Namesake of the show. And then we have Father Jack, who's an old, angry, horrible fucking priest, alcoholic. And then Dougal, who is very retarded. They're kind of funny. There are some good bits. But also the characters are too Flanderized, right? And we're using this term before I think Ned Flanders even really existed. But yeah, they're overdone, and I found that the scenarios and like the little gimmicks kind of wore themselves out. It overstayed its welcome a bit. Genuinely some funny episodes. The one when they do the whatever European music competition thing and they sing the horse song, fucking great. Father Jack has some great moments. Maybe tone down some of the character traits, and then you can have some more compelling storylines. I had not seen Her with Joaquin Phoenix for years, but I watched it recently, and yeah, I don't like it. I think it asks some okay questions, and yeah, it's not just that they cannot physically connect because of the whole issue of the body, but because Scarlett Johansson is not a human, her mind is not human, so they cannot connect on that level either. But it's one of those films where it shows this rather optimistic future. Everything is very clean. Everything is also very, very diverse. We have nice, orderly public transit, and that's not what Chicago is like. That's not what New York is like. That's not what London is like. It's not like a major city at all. It's like some Redditor's wet dream about what the future's going to look like, and everyone will dress kind of geeky and nerdy and introverty, and there won't be any violence or crime. And also, it's just, yeah, I think most people would just give in to their base desires, and it would be a really nasty dystopia. Yeah, it was just way too optimistic, and the guy basically lives in a fucking penthouse. His apartment is gigantic, and from what I can tell, he just has a relatively basic wagey job. Look, there's something there about him writing intimate letters for people, and people contract private companies to send out, and that's something that I don't think will ever really exist. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's accurate at all. I think people just not do letters or things like that, little tokens of endearment. And it's just, no, sorry, you're not going to live in a fucking penthouse with that job. You're going to live in a very small, crappy little apartment. There's going to be a lot of nons around you, and it's going to be a dystopian hellhole. Unfortunately, that's probably how it's going to go, at least for the immediate future, right? And no, by the way, AI is not human. And this is something that I saw many years ago, but it was this show on Cartoon Network. I'm pretty sure it was Cartoon Network, but Over the Garden Wall when I was much younger. And it kind of has a fall atmosphere, so it, I am reminded of it about this time of year. And some of it was good from what I can remember, right? It wasn't like a favorite show or anything, but there's just something there. Like, again, this is probably before the whole big woke, quote unquote, push, or maybe it was around that time, but it's more subtle, it's more evil, because we have a white teenage male protagonist, and his love interest at the very end, it's revealed to be a black girl, right? So it's just something that's like, oh, right, like there it is, right? It's not in your face, it's not like hateful, it's not fuck you whitey, but it is fuck you whitey, because if he does get together with her and they do have children, they're not white. The messaging always just has to be there. I watched It's a Wonderful Life for the first time. I had never seen it in like totality before. I thought the movie opened up with George Bailey on the bridge about to jump, but that is not where the movie opens up. And I thought the angel was, more present in the film. He's only there for, I guess, the last 30 minutes or so, but I enjoyed it. I don't think I would classify it as a favorite for me. I wouldn't object to it being on the TV. I think there's good qualities to it, but no, I don't know. I wasn't in love with it. I think probably because, just hearing over and over again over the years that this is the greatest Christmas movie. It's the best. It's the best. It's the best. And I was like, yeah, that was a good film, but it doesn't quite live up to the hype for me. That's basically all I have been, watching. That's basically all I've been playing. I haven't been doing too much else. Okay. I had some random thoughts about Irish coffee. So in Ireland, Irish coffee is called Irish coffee, that being whiskey with coffee, and usually there's whipped cream and brown sugar and such, right? That's an Irish coffee. And I was thinking it makes sense that we in America would refer to it as Irish coffee. And we have in America French fries. French people do not call French fries. They call them frites. We also have French toast here, and that's not what the French call French toast. And that makes sense, right? That's totally fine that we do this. And you know what I mean? Like in Ireland, you're like, oh, I want a whiskey. What kind of... Well, I suppose if you have a lot of options, but you wouldn't be drinking an Irish whiskey and going, I am drinking an Irish whiskey. Or if you're in Kentucky, you're not going, I'm drinking a Kentucky bourbon. You're just drinking a bourbon. So, sorry, I mean, there's probably in European countries, they might refer to kind of a big burger with everything on it, like a American cheeseburger, an American hamburger, something like that, or an all-American breakfast, and it has pancakes, bacon, hash browns, whatever, eggs. But it doesn't quite work for me that the Irish refer to Irish coffee as Irish coffee. I think they should have a more localized name for it. I don't know what that name is, but boys, if we can patent this, we can live like kings, right? We will be in like a third world country because we'll have to live in Ireland, but we can live like kings, right? Amongst the peasantry. And we'll have to establish our own pale. We'll have to get some English guys so that they can help us establish a pale and keep the Irish out, but we could do it. Naturally, you boys do want my low IQ take on Shakespeare. It's just, okay. So Othello, that's a weird play, right? It was written in like the 1600s. We're in Venice. Othello is a Moor who is not a sub-Saharan African, but he is also certainly not white. And from what I remember, there are specific references made to his skin color, and that is decidedly non-white. And he is, I believe, I think it's stated that he's like a Christian convert, so he was Muslim, right? But why is a non-white in charge of the Venetian army or navy? He is in charge of like some battle group, right? Because they're supposed to fight the Moors or some other Arabs, but there's some storm that defeats them, I believe. And maybe he's not directly in charge, but he's at least like a general. Like, in what world does that make sense? I don't really buy it. Maybe if there is some historical example people can point to, then I'll go, okay, sure. But it's just very bizarre that Venice would have like this non-white in this position of great prominence within their armed forces. Like, okay, he's a Christian, but it's still weird, right? It's still definitely weird. I think people in 1600s England and Venice and just Europe in general would have been rather fucking racist and cool, right? Very cool that they're racist. And it's literally about this guy's white daughter running off with a Moor and getting married without his permission. Their relationship is portrayed as good and noble, right? It's this great romance. And Sure, I guess in more modern retellings of Othello, they make sure to get like the blackest guy possible to play Othello. But even in the source material, Othello is decidedly not a white guy. So it's still present, it's still there. It's this weird kind of interracial thing going on in the 1600s. And isn't it sad that they didn't get to live happily ever after and make half-breeds? Isn't that just terrible? That's tragic. You know, what were the Englishmen in the 1600s seeing this play for the first time thinking? Like, oh boy, what's old Billy Shakespeare cooked up for us this time? What a master of the English language Shakespeare is. I don't know, it's odd, right? It seems very fucking odd, and I don't know. I'm not saying that all of Shakespeare's works are bad, but yeah, I think there is a message there, and I don't think I'm super schizophrenic, and I don't know how else you would interpret this. It is a interracial relationship. It is portrayed as a good thing and tragic that they die in the end. So I don't know what other take there can possibly be. Maybe you have to be like a quote unquote high IQ midwit and say that actually it's really, you know, a good thing that Shakespeare wrote this or whatever. I don't care. I don't like it. Oh, okay. So for a few years I've had this Irish sweater. It's been great. I love it during winter whenever it's cold. It's, yeah, awesome. Now, you cannot put a woolen sweater like that through the dryer because it will shrink and it will never have its original shape, but you can wash it in a washing machine or you can just wash it by hand in a sink. So, after the Irish trip, I wore it a few times over there on cold days, and I washed it in the washing machine when I got home. And then you lay it out on the towel, and it takes a day or so for it to just dry out on its own, and it's supposed to retain its shape. Well, I had washed my sweater with other clothes, and with those other clothes, I threw in, just a little laundry detergent pod. What that does is it strips the natural oils in the woolen sweater, and I didn't realize this at first, and so I fucked up my sweater, and it's like, wow, it shrunk, and it's also like much stiffer than it used to be. What the fuck? I, in fact, ended up ruining that Irish sweater, and that's very gay. There's apparently a laundry detergent which I have since bought called Woolite, and that is okay to wash woolen clothes with, and then you would just lay it out on a towel and let it dry. So I fucked up the first part of that two-step process. Good for me. So this is a good lead-in for the next little bit of our outro, but I not so subtly dropped a few hints to my brother because we were exchanging gifts this year, the brother that I like, and it's like, oh man, I fucked up my Irish sweater. I'm really going to miss it this winter. Wink, wink. Oh man, it's going to be cold. I wish I had my Irish sweater still. Being very subtle in what I'm asking for here. And White Pill Media, he's a suave guy. He's subtle, right? So I dropped just like a hint or two to my brother. And he asked some other stuff that I might like, and I ended up texting him. I wouldn't mind a DVD box set of The Shield. I said I wouldn't mind like having a cookbook, and also a cookbook that you could add your own recipes in. Just write them in, because right now I have a bunch of pieces of paper on my fridge with magnets on them of various recipes. And I thought, yeah, this could be a little more orderly, a cookbook that could be good. We could do that. I also said a mixing bowl with a pour spout on it, or some bookends from my bookshelf that weren't, gay or tacky. That would also be a good thing to have. So, I gave my brother some decent options for things to get me, right, for Christmas. And for Christmas for him, I bought this many months ago, but I think her name is Drea, like the actress who played Adriana. But she did this a little bit ago after I watched The Sopranos again. I was looking for some Sopranos merchandise. I was thinking about getting something for myself or my brother who also likes The Sopranos. And she did some modeling for this company, Tombolo. So I was looking at these and it's like, okay, there's some cool options here that I could, think about getting my brother. And I ended up settling on it's a Satrial's shirt, right? And it's like something you would wear at a pool or something. And it's like, oh, you know what? That will be a good gift. That's a cool gift. So I got that for my brother. It was like $220, but fuck it. It's Christmas, right? I don't know. I think I can overdo things at times, but it's also like, it's Christmas. It's once a year. Like, I'm not breaking the bank here, but might as well get a good gift that they could cherish and appreciate rather than something cheap and shitty that they'll like not use or just throw away. I don't know. Like, that's just kind of my feeling about it. I would have bought every piece of clothing available. Oh my God. Imagine if you had Eddie Falco modeling those outfits. That would be great. Just Eddie Falco. Yeah, she is something else. So I have that for my brother. I also have a little thing. It's like some fish candies that look like Nemo and Dory, because one of my nieces, she really likes Finding Nemo. So I thought, okay, that'll be good. And I also got my brother, it's this big book where it's a visual history of The Sopranos. I've never read it, but I thought, yeah, you know what? He likes the show. He might appreciate that. So that's what I got my brother. The book was maybe $40 or something. The fish gummies, I don't know, like 20. All right. It doesn't really matter, right? And we have Christmas at my brother's house. It's just my brother, his wife, their kids, and my parents, me. My other brother, who I strongly dislike, is not there, so I'm happy about that. It's like, yeah, it's good. It's fine. We end up exchanging gifts. My brother likes the stuff that I got him, and he got me a DVD box set of The Shield, which I asked for and I wanted. Like, I appreciate it. I had been looking online myself at getting, myself the box set, and he got from eBay, and it's about, $20, right, for a full complete box set, which is fine, right? That's totally fine. And the other thing that he got me was a bottle of wine from the Biltmore Estate. We had gone on a family road trip years ago to the Biltmore Estate. It's really cool, right? It's in North Carolina. Like, I definitely want to see it again. I ended up drinking it, I think, 1 or 2 nights ago when I was doing some of the recording stuff, and it wasn't a good bottle of wine. I did not like the taste, but it's like, okay. And that was like $20. I don't know. I don't want people to think like too badly of me for... I'm not like counting and let me get to it. I also brought some cookies that I had made. I made a bunch of chocolate chips, some peppermint cookies that I don't think turned out well, some peanut butter chocolate ones that I think turned out kind of decent. I brought a variety, right? I also brought some beer over. I also brought a bottle of anise or whatever. It's from France. It was like $40 or so. And my brother provided the food, right? He did that. And I didn't really care at first. It's like, okay, thanks, right? It's not exactly that it has to match dollar for dollar. That's not what Christmas is about, of course. But I want like a similar amount of effort put in, and my brother didn't know that I got him the shirt or whatever, but you know what I mean? It's, okay. $20 box set on eBay, $20 bottle of not good wine. I put in a little more effort. My brother also made a joking quote unquote comment that I should have gotten something for his wife. Right, okay. Because my brother also, by the way, very nice house. He and his wife are wealthy, and I'm not disparaging them for that or anything, but okay, he's wealthy, not exactly hard up for money. White Pill Media had a bit of a rough year, and it's not like I'm banking on Christmas, but I don't know. I not subtly mentioned I would like an Irish sweater replacement, which would have been like $100 or so, maybe a little more than that. But it's just not a lot of effort was put in, and this is also the year that I went to Ireland. And for my brother, I brought back, I think it was 11 bottles of Irish whiskey, and they weren't exactly cheap. If you added that up, that was a really good chunk of change there, like a little bit over $1,000. I went to that pewter place in Mullingar outside of Dublin, and I got the cool like Irish mythological goblets, one for myself, and then one each for my brothers, one for my dad, so it's a set of 4. I also got like a set of flutes for my brother and his wife, for my parents, and then I got like a little shot glass for myself. So again, about the price of the whiskey, after subtracting the 2 things that I took from that, and then just adding up everything else that I brought back in terms of like all the gifts that I got here and there. And then also, I forgot, for Christmas, the Irish chocolate that I was forced to pay the heavy tariffs fines on, I gave these to my brother for his family. And that was also, again, not breaking the bank, but it was special. It was like close to $200, and it was a good amount of chocolate, right? But including the tariffs, that's what really spiked the price up on it. I don't know. The more I thought about it, the more kind of angry I got, the more of a slap in the face. And that's not the point of giving gifts, right? That's not the point of giving gifts, but I think most people, if they put effort in, they would want the receiver of said gifts to put a similar amount of effort in when it's their turn to give gifts. And it's just, I don't need a equivalent exchange here, dollar for dollar, but it's like, yeah, you know what? The Irish trip was special. I wanted to do it right. I spent a lot of money for gifts for my family, and it was not reciprocated at all. Little fucking comments that I should have gotten something extra for your wife, but hey, I really appreciate it. I got a $20 used box set of The Shield and a shitty bottle of wine, but hey, we're good. I think part of it is, I don't know, an insecurity there, a want to display value, right? I think probably the kind of loss of the friend group means that I need to, I was wanting to secure stronger ties with the family. And I think I would have done the same for gifts if that bullshit hadn't occurred with my friends. But it's just, I don't know, right? Like, I guess there's like a bit of insecurity there. And I guess my brother can afford to not really put any effort in because I need this relationship more than he needs me, I suppose. And I think he's probably always been like this, but it's just, you got a really nice house, man. You're not hard up, and he talks about like how much he earns and everything, and it's just, I don't know, I wasn't asking for like $50,000 or something, just like, hey, you got me an Irish sweater, oh my god, thank you so much, you got me the cookbook thing and like the other 2 things that I asked for, which would have been like less than $300, because I gave your family like over $3,000 worth of gifts this year. But okay, all right, I think I need to put a little less effort in, because I think it would be a loser situation where I'm hoping my brother would reciprocate when he obviously doesn't really want to. So I need to spend more money on myself, right? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to get shit for my nieces and all that. I'll get shit for my parents. I appreciate my dad. I've always appreciated my dad, but appreciate my dad a hell of a lot more. I should shower him with gifts because he's the one that fronted me the money. No questions asked. When things got a little rocky, or well, not a little rocky, very rocky this year, he just, no questions asked. I'm here to support you, son. If you need anything more, tell me right away. I'll handle it. So I should have done more for my dad. That's definitely a mistake on my end, and I'll correct that with the next Irish trip. And it's like, fuck it. I don't know. It's not. Yeah, I'm not like trying to burn a bridge for my brother, but it's also, I probably shouldn't waste any more money on that. Just, keep it less than $50, and if that's what my brother's gonna get me, then hey, here's this $50 thing. That's it, right? Don't waste any more money on it. Because we used to get dinner together once a month, right? Because that was like a New Year's resolution I had coming into 2025. I wanted a better relationship with my brother, so we would get dinner together once a month, and that was going great. It was like, it was good to see him because I didn't see him that often, but then he just... And I get it. He has 2 younger kids, right? So it's definitely a struggle, but he just started canceling, and it's just not really a priority for him, right? I guess. Like, there's plenty of time to watch sports. There's plenty of time for sports betting and gambling and all that, but there's not time for this relationship. I guess. Need to get some nice shit from my dad. Because when the cards are down, you look around and you see who's there for you, and there's dad. So okay, I need to make that right. And I bet you boys thought I was gonna put a Richie Aprile with Tony going, "It's the jacket, the jacket." Shame on you for thinking we just add Sopranos clips wherever they're loosely related. Shame on you, boys. Shame on you. Have some fucking standards. Okay, so now on to the work stuff. I did get a call about one of the apprenticeships that I had applied for. I applied about a month back when I received their call, and I'm supposed to go on a tour with this company in late January. This tour is going to have a few other applicants on it, and it's a process with them. If I make it through all of the different stages, then it would be a paid apprenticeship, 4 years classroom learning, and then also being out in the field. I don't know if they're going to want me, but I appreciate that I got the call back. I'm still applying for other apprenticeships, and we're just going to have to see. I'm happy that at least one got back to me, but many just never even bothered to say no, and that's fucking gay. You boys, obviously you want to hear about my space heater. So I got a new space heater for the house. I didn't realize how much power that it draws. Apparently it's 13 amps, which I guess is quite a bit. It's a little white tower thing, and it's pretty good. It's hot. It has a opening in the middle, and I'm keeping my house a little cooler this year. If you can imagine, it's me on my reclining chair, and I have the space heater, and when it gets rather cold, just like sticking my feet in the, in between the middle of it. And then when I go to bed, I have this electric blanket, which is so hot that I wake up sweating sometimes, and that's so fucking good. Oh my god. I love this brand, Seekae, right? So you can look that up, and I think it was a little expensive, but well worth it, right? If you want like a hot electric blanket. So that's great. But it reminds me of this story years and years ago. It was my brother, the one I had Christmas with. He was renovating our grandparents' place, and in the back room, they tore up the carpet, so all we had was a subfloor, and we had a subfloor there for years. The 3 brothers were all living together in the house at the time, and we had a pool table in that room. We had a kegerator, and we would just play. Some nights we would just play pool again and again all night, and it was pretty good, right? Things were definitely better between the siblings at the time. One night, though, in winter, the old furnace broke down, and it was extremely cold. I think we could have driven to our parents' place, but we decided to tough it out. So we are all bunkered down in the front family room, and we have one space heater for the three of us. Like, I'm sleeping in an armchair, there's a couch and a couch, and we've all pushed the furniture together, and we have this one space heater, and it's doing the little rotation thing, so everyone's getting a little bit of heat, even though it's not like enough heat, right? Because it's below freezing that night. It's fucking terrible, and I'm sitting there not asleep, waiting for the others to knock off, and then I subtly, switched it from, blowing warm air on everyone to just blowing in one direction and moved it closer to me. Good times. A nice memory, I guess. Before things just got kind of worse between everyone, I guess. All right, so what about work? Yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm just kind of gonna list off little notes that I've taken over the past few weeks. It's ultimately been a good thing to have money in my account. I don't really like my company. I get moved around all the time, like an hour out in very far rural America, and those routes are okay, but then the next day I'm in very heavy suburbia cul-de-sac stuff, and it's just such a whiplash every day that I find that very frustrating. For Amazon, everything is monitored, right? They have little cameras in the cab. It's super gay. You can go over the speed limit, but not 5 miles over the speed limit. So if the speed limit's 60, you can get away with going 64, right? That's fine. That's okay. But at the start, I wasn't really doing that. I was like basically always just going exactly the speed limit, right? In my first 2-3 weeks. And I had a woman on the highway. It was a Saturday night, and I was coming in, and she was literally tailgating me. And I just don't understand. This was a 4-lane highway. I'm in the furthest right lane, right, going the speed limit because I have to, and this bitch is not going the speed limit on the highway, and I just feel at times that it's just me, there's just me, and there's some other okay people, and everyone else is a fucking NPC monster thing, and I don't understand. I don't just get it, right? Because I've had shit like that happen in the past where, dude, I would rather you pass me, right, and just leave me alone so I don't have to worry about you hanging out behind me or getting in my blind spot or whatever. But I just don't understand. There's not like a sense of urgency. It's like, it's Saturday night. Like, regardless of what night it is, like, if you don't want to, like, really, really speed, at least go, like, 5 over or something. It's just, that was retarded. It really pissed me off. I was delivering in a trailer park one night, and it was like really spooky. It was foggy. It was pitch black, and it was pitch black because the power had been out in this trailer park for all day. That's what some of the residents told me, but it was really spooky. I did slip and fall down some steps in the trailer park, and that really fucking hurt. But it would have been like, that's a cool setting for a video game, like trailer park at night with the fog. It was creepy. I didn't like it. I did have an issue a few weeks into Amazon. I don't know. I've never had this before, but I had my legs in intense pain, especially my right knee. I think it's just the constant getting out, hopping out of the van, going to the house, hopping back in, just in and out all day. It's just putting a lot of strain, in particular on my knees. And I'm in better shape than when I was at UPS, but still, like, a lot of pain here. I felt at first that, hey, maybe I could get a knee brace or something, and like, hey, I should probably start stretching every morning, just to be on the safe side.
The best exercise works every muscle group.
Get the fuck out of here. You never exercised once in your life.
Anyway, $4 a pound.
Boys, I didn't say I was going to exercise. I said I thought about exercising and stretching. So yeah, just to be clear here. I thought my legs would just heal up with enough rest, but no, that wasn't good enough. My dad gave me some Tylenol and it was pretty good, but I was limping rather heavily throughout the day for like 2 days. And yeah, I don't know exactly what's wrong. My legs don't feel that way anymore. And well, all right, so I got a knee brace and then the next day I got a second knee brace. So every day I wear my 2 knee braces and they go underneath my pants and they feel fine. They don't bother me. And yeah, holy shit, they help a lot. But yeah, I don't think it's anything more serious than like a sprain or something, but it's too much strain. I don't know exactly what's wrong. But before I had the knee braces, I was just gobbling down Tylenol to get through the day, and it just helped so much. I kind of felt like Nuke from Daredevil. I think it's not Born Again, or maybe it is Born Again, or the other one where he's like fighting, when Daredevil's like fighting Kingpin and Nuke is eating like the blue pills and red pills and shit to keep going. Yeah, I felt like Nuke a little bit. But yeah, night and fucking day with the Tylenol. Mostly good areas that I've been in, but I've been in some real white trash, nasty areas. There was one trailer in particular that there were 2 small white dogs that they didn't attack me or anything, but they came out and they barked at me and they had some like shit matted in their fur. Sorry, but it was a strong image for me and that was, yeah, not great. And I just wanted to get the fuck out of there as fast as possible. Yeah, good times though at Amazon when we're waiting in the morning for the daily clock in. We stand in a big circle and they pass 2 iPads around, one in each direction, and you punch in and we get a little talking to about some safety bullshit or whatever, and there's just rap music blaring overhead. White Pill Media was on the ground quietly reading his Tales of the Unreal Volume 8 while this was happening. They gave me an EV one day, which are the electric vans. Honestly, they're kind of fucking cool. Whenever you park, the bulkhead opens. Whenever you move a certain distance away from the bulkhead, you have the little fob with you in a pocket. It will automatically close. It's pretty efficient. It's pretty cool. It drops like a motherfucker in terms of battery whenever you're on the highway and you go a certain speed. If you have the heat or air conditioning on, it will drop like a motherfucker as well. It's not efficient. It's good for like suburbia cul-de-sacs, but at times they would put me out in rural areas with it, and that was horrific. The first time they gave me an EV, one, I had no warning that I was going to be driving an EV, but they put me in one, and the one they put me in has a flat tire, so I had to get air at a gas station. Air pump is occupied, so I park right next to the air pump, and as the guy that was using the pump leaves, this fat fuck in a truck immediately swoops in and takes the fucking spot. It's probably a good thing that White Pill Media doesn't carry a gun with him, because I would have less impulse control than some of our Mulian friends. My beliefs haven't really changed, but seeing some like shitty, poor white people, there's a percentage of white people that I think are good and worth saving, and there's a much larger percentage of white people that I just don't give a fuck about. I feel the same way as them as I would about a Pakistani or an Indian. They're not really my people. They don't share my values. I don't care. I just don't care about them. I've seen white people and they live like fucking animals. They live like, niggers. It's just, we're supposed to be like the master race, right? We're supposed to be the best, but I have white people where they have a bunch of like literal trash in their yard, and it's not like someone threw it there. That's just them themselves. That's how they live. And those aren't my people, right? Those aren't my values. I'm not like a fucking civic nationalist now or anything, but I don't want to live in a country with those people. I think they should go, right? Along with the rest, but I don't know, it's changed my perspective a little bit. I think the whole I love all white people, guys, it's kind of really fucking gay. There's a lot of white people that you should hate, right? They're not good. They're not redeemable. But anyways, there's some nights when I just horrible route design where you're really spread out and you still have 200 stops. And Sunday when I worked, I had 190 in an EV, and a lot of it was just tight cul-de-sacs, which is great, but also there was a major road closure that no one told me about, and the app, the driving navigation Amazon app, also didn't mention, so I had to figure that out. It added over 30 minutes to my day, like 17 minutes there, and then when it was time for me to return to the hub, it tried to have me go down that closed road again, so then I had to reroute myself, and it's just, I work with fucking geniuses. The base minimum, can you not keep the app updated to be mindful of major road closures? I had one night when I was out in like a far rural area, I had a guy come out and greet me. He said that they have a camera here, and whenever Amazon comes by, like black Amazon drivers, they will drop shit in the driveway. They will throw shit on top of cars. What the fuck? I didn't know people did that. I bring everything to the front door, or if it says drop it in the parcel box or whatever. I didn't know people did that shit, really. He referred to blacks and urban types. I think there was another word he probably wanted to use, but he didn't know how exactly to say it. Let's say none of these blacks are like committing crimes or anything. It's just still a lowering of standards. Shit is just worse with them here. I've noticed at Amazon some of the warehouse people, they're like literal Africans with African accents. Why the fuck are they here? Like when are they getting deported, man? When the fuck is that happening? Like this FedEx guy who had a very thick African accent, we were delivering at the same house. He asked me like, "Oh, how much you make at Amazon?" And it's just, how the fuck did you get here, right? How the fuck did you get here in my state? And you're working, presumably you're not illegal. Like, when the fuck are you going? Oh my God. I had one day where I was in a very shitty van that was filled with trash, because every day you get like a new van. And isn't that exciting? Because some of them are fucking horrific. And I had my door handle on my driver's side keep sticking. And it kept sticking and it wouldn't open. And then one time, say it. White Pill Media, you do not have anger issues. Say it. Say it. Say it. So, White Pill Media allegedly maybe pulled the handle a little too hard, and then the door handle came off in his hand, so now I could not go out my driver's side door no matter what I tried to do. So I would have to squeeze over to use my passenger door or go through the back and go out my side door. Also, the charger wouldn't work, so my phone kept losing power, and I was very afraid about how the day would go. I ended the day with 25% phone power. Again, no anger issues. Did not, after the door handle came off, repeatedly kick the dash like very, very hard, and then his flashers wouldn't work for the rest of the day. That did not happen. White Pill Media did not do that, and he was not driving around in a steel death box that he couldn't bail out of the driver's side door. It didn't happen. We haven't had a ton of snow so far. It's all been manageable. It's all been good, but there was one time when I was like really far out, and this hill, it had a little bit of ice, a little bit of snow on it. And I started to go up because I thought, all right, there's still some good terrain there. I think I can make it up. But I started to go up, and then I began to slide down. I didn't panic. And then I got up there again by hugging the side and keeping like two of my tires on the hill and the other two on like some mostly clear grass on the side. But I like to imagine that the Indian that's watching me through the camera in the cab was screaming as we slid down the hill. And, we had that experience together. That's special. That's nice. Oh my God. So the EVs, they're pretty big. They're pretty wide. They do not shut off, which is, it's kind of a nice feature. You just hop in, hop out. They're kind of cool. You have like a big map display. I like them. You have powered mirrors, so you don't have to go up and like physically adjust them like you do with the, you know, the shitty just kind of cargo vans. But they're pretty big and they don't have a ton of space. And there's this one house where it's like down a farm road and it's like, hey, just leave the packages at the gate, and the gate's closed. So, okay. There's not a ton of space here. There's like the gate, a little, you know, road down to the gate, not enough to like fully back down. And then there's nothing around, so you'd have to back up somewhere or just go forward and hope that you find a place to turn around. And I don't know this area because I'm in a new area every day, so it's like, okay, you know, I have some space. And then opposite the gate is you know, there's a little dip, right? I don't know exactly what that is for. I think maybe just a runoff for rainwater. It's a little dip, right? It doesn't look super deep, right? So I think that I have enough space here. And it's a small dip. Inconsequential, you could say. I mean, really, it's a small dip. And I am backing and coming forward towards the dip, and backing, readjusting, and coming forward towards the dip, backing and readjusting. And then somehow White Pill Media overshoots a little bit, and my front tires are now wedged firmly in this small, inconsequential dip. And there was not minutes of White Pill Media screaming, kicking the van, even getting out and trying to push the several thousand-pound vehicle out of this dip, making wallows in the mud as I turned my tires back and forth, back and forth. But eventually, I was able to gain enough purchase and free myself. And boys, surely there wouldn't be 2 incidents like this in one day. Anyways, when it was really dark, I had this stop that was very rural and hilly, and it's followed by another. So the hilly stops here, they have like pretty decent roads. They're pretty good. They're not exactly wide roads. So as I'm coming up from one house, I need me to make a immediate right so I can continue up in this like hilly, not a cul-de-sac, but up this hilly road so I can get to this other house further up here. All right. The road is not nearly wide enough to make that immediate right turn. Even if you were in a normal sized vehicle, it would be extremely difficult to make that turn. And me being in an EV van, it's impossible to make this turn. White Pill Media still attempted to for several minutes, and there wasn't enough space for me to like back up because it's a pretty sheer drop off the edge there. And I was being careful, but several more minutes of this, and what White Pill Media has to do is just pull forward, right, out of the stop I just came from, and then back for quite a while down this road so I can deliver this shitty fucking envelope to this goddamn fucking house and then go on my way. And one night, I think it was that same night, where the bulkhead door for the EV stopped working. So White Pill Media did not get angry and then start kicking the door repeatedly when it stopped opening fully. And then for all of my remaining stops, I literally had to fight the door and force it open every single time. That didn't happen. So I was working 6 days a week during peak, and then one day I come in on a Tuesday and they go, oh, White Pill, there's no route for you today. So I say, okay, I'm fine with this. I'll be sent home. Not a big deal. I've been working 6 days a week. They literally pull another guy off a route and give me his van. It's like, I was good to go home. I was fine with it. I don't live too far from here. Not a big deal, but... And then I stole this guy's route. That's gay. And also, he had a lot of shit to do that day. So it's like, this fucking sucks. So for some rural highways, like when it's at certain times of the day, these roads are usually not very packed, right? There's not a ton of traffic, but when it's people are coming home after work, you can be sitting for minutes and minutes and minutes waiting for an opening. And I take what is, I didn't cut this guy off. If you made me go on the stand, gun to my head, I did not cut this guy off. I would say it was somewhat close, but I'm also a delivery van, and I will also say that for a rural one-way, like lane highway, you have to be willing to accommodate people coming on oncoming traffic. You do, right? That's bullshit to not do that. But this faggot, fat fuck boomer is laying on his horn after I join, and then I give a turn signal when I have my stop coming up. You have plenty of time, like plenty of warning, right? And he is also laying on his horn as I make my turn. And it's just, go fuck yourself. God, go fuck yourself. I don't know. Just like bad interactions with whites makes me just, I don't give a fuck, right? I genuinely don't care about all white people. I think that's kind of a NPC, like Bugman take about like white nationalism. Like, all white people are worth saving. It's like, no, there's a lot of white people where you don't have to exactly celebrate, but you shouldn't feel too upset if they go away, right? It's probably better for us if they just kind of go away. Nice delivery here where I'm at a fence. I enter the fence. There's a woman standing behind a screen door with 2 dogs, and she sees me. She fully sees me. The yard is clear and everything, and I'm just going up to the front door to make my delivery. The fat cunt, before I even make it to the door to set down the package, opens her fucking door and her 2 dogs run out. One of them is a nice beagle, no issue, and I don't have enough time to react to escape the yard, and there's some little mid-size whatever the fuck dog that leaps up and latches onto my hand and tears my hand like pretty good. Not terrible, right? It's not like horrible, but it bites me, and then it's like snarling and circling around the yard, running around like a fucking maniac. And as it comes towards me again, I get like ready to kick it. Fat cunt has the audacity to ask me, "Oh, did my dog get you? What the fuck do you think, you stupid bitch?" I kind of understand the Amazon guys that throw the packages down in the driveway and just say, you know what, I don't give a fuck. Because not that I was in like a ton of pain, like my hand hurt for a little bit and then I was fine, but still like bullshit I shouldn't have to put up with. Like, how fat and retarded are you that you have an aggressive dog and then you still open the door and let the dog out while I'm in the fucking yard? And then this old fuck white guy, okay, so there's this house. I've never delivered there before. It's off a highway, like a rural highway that's like 55, 60 miles an hour. He has a gigantic driveway. It's pavement up to the house. There's a garage, and then over there's like a barn or like an even bigger garage. And this is all pavement, right? Nothing for me to hit, nothing for me to back up into. Just, it's clear, wide, and open. And so I pull in, I go towards the left, I back up towards the right, and then I think I pull forward one more time to the left, so I'm prepared to just exit and rejoin the highway without needing to back anymore after I make my delivery. Old fuck comes out, and he's immediately angry with me, and he says, "I just want you guys to pull in and back out. I'm not going to do that on a 50 to 60 mile highway. I'm not fucking doing that, period. I don't give a shit." But he says, yeah, don't do donuts on my driveway. I didn't. I did not do a donut on your driveway. I didn't get close to hitting anything. There was no danger of property damage, nothing. And it's just, you know what? If you don't want delivery, Amazon, you don't need Amazon to survive. You can just go to the goddamn store and then go buy your shit or whatever, right? But I just like a miserable old cunt. And look, I understand that I'm having like more negative interactions with whites, and if I was in a black area, I'd have a lot of negative interactions with them. But it's still like, what the fuck did I do? Like, what the actual fuck did I do to you, sir? I pulled in, I backed up, and then I pulled forward again. That was it. That was it. You have a huge driveway, but this fucking guy. I had a weird stop that had a bunch of packages, so I'm driving towards it. It's like a big place, and there are these crosses, right? These white crosses, and there are also these Asian letters in blue. They're big like blocks of blue. They're big blue blocks with like white Asian lettering in it, and there's this trio of crosses with it. So this Asian woman comes out. It's like, oh, do you need any help? You bring packages inside, okay? So it's like some weird Christian thing. I'm like really far out in rural America making this stop. I don't know who these people are. I don't know why they're here, but I saw 2 Asian women. Just some like Christian missionary thing, I guess. But here they are. They're better than the literal Africans, but it's still like, why are you here? Why are you here? I had another stop where, I know I'm just kind of listing off stops or whatever. I don't know. I'm talking about work. But I had a goat and a cat come out to inspect my van. There were 2 dogs in the yard. I made my delivery. I set the package down, and one of the dogs grabbed the envelope and brought it in the yard, and I go, hey, and it drops the package, and I play with the dogs a little bit, and then I, tried to hide the package a little more so the dog cannot get at it. But yeah, that's great. And one night, literally my last stop for the night, there's a little warning in your Amazon app whenever you get to a stop. It's like, hey, there's a dog present at this location. And there's this warning every time there's a dog, even if the dog is extremely friendly and nice, or if the dog will really try to go after you, right? It's the same warning for each stop. And I really think there should be a tier system, like, hey, if you don't mind dogs, these dogs are friendly, or hey, like, seriously, this dog is very violent and will try to attack you. But I don't see a dog when I get to the stop, but the garage door, it's like partially up, and as I get out of my van and I'm going towards the front door to drop off the package, out of the garage, crawling under the door, is this dog, and it's barking and it's growling, and I think, okay, all right, he's being a little aggressive, but it doesn't seem that bad. So I take a few more tentative steps towards the house, and it starts to advance on me, and then I'm backing up towards the van, and then it lunges forward and it misses, and then I'm still backing up, and then it comes forward again. I kick it in the mouth, and then I get in the van, I scan the package, I throw it in the yard. I don't give a fuck. Look, it's not my goal to like kick a dog in the mouth, but it's also not my goal to get fucking bit, and I don't want to have to deal with that bullshit. But most of the dogs are nice. There's this one house where it's like a brown-white dog, and it's just super friendly, but I had an armload of packages, and I'm going up the steps, and the dog's going up the steps, and there's this big ceramic vase, and the dog, I couldn't believe it, but it literally knocks over the big ceramic vase and just cracks like that, and the dog's just wagging its tail at me. It's like, Jesus fuck. I don't want to deal with the homeowner. I don't want them to think that I destroyed their vase when it was their goddamn dog and not me. So I just get the packages down and get the fuck out of there as soon as I can. Golden Doodles seem like mean as fuck. I don't know. They're just very aggressive. Great Pyrenees dogs. Very friendly. Labradors, always super fucking friendly. I love labs. There was one house where it was a black lab that came out to inspect the van after I backed down this driveway, and it was like leading 10 to 15 chickens. Kind of cool. I don't know why some people out in rural America, they will have their chickens just have free roam, which means that their front porch is covered in bird shit. I don't get it. It just seems like gross and stupid to me. I don't like it. I could go on, but that's basically the highlights of working at Amazon. It's okay. I just wish I had like a smarter dispatch team, because in the app, which we're told you have to use the app for all your scheduling and everything, and it says for today I am not scheduled to work, so I don't go into work today. And then I get like a text message, like an automatic text message that you are registered for today at like 10 o'clock. Okay, I'm not going in, right? Because one, it's too late. I would have to like get dressed and shower, drive in. I would be extremely late to work, but I think everything will be, everything should be fine, but I just do not fucking get that. Just like how retarded you have to be. Like I'm literally not scheduled in the app to work today. So they just suck. Like all the supervisors are black and they're fucking terrible. So I will make some recommendations. American Krogan, he is back. He's on Substack. He is doing a series on Star Trek and pointing out various subversive elements in it. I like it a lot. It is a paid series, so you will have to subscribe to check it out. So I like it. I think it's well worth it. Check it out. I'll have a link to it down below. This one channel, there is nothing like right-wing about it. I have no idea of the politics of this guy, but it's some like old, interesting video game stuff. It's a channel called the Never Archive, and there's this one in particular about this like vampire old like RPG game thing. It's like cyberpunk. It's kind of cool. So if you like old video game stuff, you can check that out. I have a link to that. Justin Blair apparently has a channel. I had no idea that this existed. So yeah, you can check that out as well. I have a link to that. It seems like I don't think any like video games released this year for our side. But there's Westman, hopefully that comes out in 2026. There's Serena Estates, there's Ramek, there's Dvaragold, and yeah, it looks like there are a lot of projects in the works, but nothing's really quite out this year. I'm not sure what my next video will be. It will probably not be a trough. I don't know if I'll be, going over the Crusader books. I might do that. Probably not the Irish stuff, but right now I'm flipping through these two Old Ireland in color books. I already did the first one a while ago, but they're just picture books of old photographs from Ireland, but they've been, colorized and like remastered and such. I like them. It makes me nostalgic. It's just like, here's Ireland, right? Here are these people, their culture, their identity. There aren't any nuns around, and that's pleasant. They're nice. They're nice to flip through. I will probably finish the second and third one today. I have been enjoying those, so if you have an interest in Ireland, you can check these out. Old Ireland in color. Whenever there is the next Not a Trough, CP Webster, I think he has one that I haven't checked out. There's a second Patrick Midnight book that slipped under the radar for me. Occult Detective Anthology, The Moon is Gay by Phil Roth. Looking forward to that. Got those other two books by Jordan Allen, but I will try to make sure that 1 to 2 anthologies and try to keep the rest as novels. I enjoy it more. I find it more engaging to go over a longer novel rather than just, little short stories. I guess a late Merry Christmas to everyone. And so it's the 31st right now. It's like 3:30. So I still have to edit this, upload it. It will be done before the new year is here, so I will keep to that promise. In terms of resolution, what I want for the next year, I don't want to be working at Amazon anymore. I want a better job. I want to pay my father back. I want to publish book 3 of Dualahan. I want to go to Ireland again, and that'll be great. And I think that's basically it. Just trying to keep it reasonable, have achievable goals, right? And I think that's better than just shooting for the stars and missing every time. But that's going to be it. All right. Thank you for listening, boys. Check out these books, links down below, and have a happy new year. White Pill Media out.
My name is Jimmy Brown. The name of this song is I'm Quitting Prozac to Continue Drinking. A pill in one hand, a bottle in the other. I want to feel happy, but I just feel smothered. Prozac was supposed to ease the pain, but all it's done is melted my brain. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what I need to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. The doctors told me I shouldn't mix, and they were right because I feel like shit. Rashes and scratching and mini seizures, headaches, nausea and relentless fever. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what I need to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. They said Prozac and alcohol were a dangerous combination, so I'll choose booze as my main medication. They gave me all of these SSRIs, and now all I want to do is die. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I'm quitting